pull someone on down the road, and that's what happened last night. It was just amazing to see what happened and the energy that everybody came through with.
You know, we'll see if the Indians can continue to feed on that tonight. And Rick, Alex White makes his major league debut, the 09 #1 pick for the Indians. Be interesting to see how he fares against this Tigers lineup.
Well, it is going to be an exciting night for Alex, but he's matched up against Rick Porcello, who's had 10 days off. He hasn't started in 10 days. His career against the Indians, he is 4-0. He's 2-0 in this ballpark, but when you look at Alex White, a 22-year-old out of North Carolina, a Tar Heel, I mean, it's a night he's looking forward to, I'm sure dreamed about. Alex White made his debut this spring, looked very well. They like his stuff. He's a sinker baller, sinker slider type of pitcher. He's going to get an opportunity to continue the streak tonight.
Naturally, you expect him to have a few butterflies, but manager Manny Acta says he's got the right temperament and the perfect disposition to make his major league debut tonight here at home against the Detroit Tigers. We're back with all the play-by-play action coming up next. And we welcome you to Progressive Field here in downtown Cleveland. Very pleasant evening. Light breeze swirling here in the ballpark tonight. There is the young man, Alex White, wearing number 32, just 22 years old. He opened the season at AAA Columbus. He was 1-0 with a 1.90 ERA and 4 starts for the Clippers, getting his promotion and fulfilling a lifelong dream here today when he makes his major league debut for the Cleveland Indians. Tribe on a roll. They've won 4 straight overall and, of course, 11 in a row here at home after last night's thrilling come-from-behind win over Jim Leyland's Detroit Tigers. Let's get a look at Leyland's starting 9 tonight for Detroit. Austin Jackson in the leadoff spot, followed by Will Rhymes. Maglio Ordonez, the DH, hits third. Miguel Cabrera batting cleanup. Brendan Bosch hits fifth, and Ryan Rayburn. Johnny Peralta at short. Alex Avila will catch. Brandon Inge at third, batting ninth.
22-year-old Alex White making his major league debut tonight. He's got to have a few butterflies going on right now. You're looking at the numbers at Columbus this year. He won his last start. He had a 1.90 ERA. Look at that, 28 punch-outs, only 5 walks in 23 2/3 innings. He's a little two-seamer, a good sinker, a slider baller, and an opportunity now to match up against the Detroit Tigers. Let's take a look at the Home Depot doing more on defense. Indians' defensive lineup. In the outfield from left to right, it's going to be Kearns, Brantley, and Shue. On the infield from third to first, Hanahan, Asdrubal, Orlando, and Santana gets the start at first tonight with Lou Marson behind the plate. More savings, more doing. That's the power of Home Depot.
Here are the umpires and the rotation tonight. Andy Fletcher behind the dish. Tim Welke, the crew chief, at first. Jim Reynolds at second. Mike DeMuro is down at third. So Alex White, the Indians' first-round pick in 2009 out of the University of North Carolina. He grew up in Greenville, North Carolina.
Well, I got word his head coach, Mike Fox, who's the head coach at University of North Carolina. They are in the house and the whole coaching staff here to watch Alex White make his major league debut.
He was a two-time All-ACC selection while pitching for North Carolina. And, of course, last year he was the Indians' minor league pitcher of the year, which is known as the Bob Feller Award. Alex White's first major league pitch is in for a called strike.
Nice and easy at 94.
That's nice.
That's pretty nice, yeah.
54 degrees, our game time temperature here tonight. Down low to even the count at 1-1. Now the 1-1 delivery is swung on and missed. Good movement. Runs the count to 1-2. In addition to the fastball, Alex White also features a slider, a changeup that is a work in progress, but he also throws a splitter. And this ball's blooped towards center. Coming in is Brantley. He won't get to it. So a bloop single for Austin Jackson to start the first inning for Detroit. I bring up the fact that he throws a split finger, Mike, because you don't see many pitchers anymore throwing the split finger. It's a pitch that I suppose there have been a lot of studies that it's put undue stress on the elbow and things of that nature. So you just don't see a lot of guys throwing it as much.
Well, you really don't. You watch a pitcher. I'll take Charlie Nagy, for example. Charlie Nagy came to us in 92, 93. By the end of his career, he'd thrown so many splits, he really went to rely on the split. He was 87, 88, and it just takes velocity. It takes strength out of your arm.
Alex White with a good fastball into Will Rhymes.
And I think it does, because when you throw that splitter and you put it in between your fingers there, you lose that little extra zip on your fastball, your little snap towards the end. And
over time, it takes its toll.
That's exactly right.
A lot of guys that throw splits won't throw it until the end of spring training. They want to build their arm strength up so they don't end up hurting their elbow. And it's a good pitch, but it's just tough to throw.
Now the 0-1. A little jam job, and it's on one hop. Whoa, what a deke by Cabrera, but they still don't turn two. He had Jackson not sure if he was going to catch the ball on the fly or not. He kind of froze, but they do get the lead runner for out number one.
Well, as long as you don't, you can decoy the runner as long as you don't to the batter. And Rhymes hustled all the way out of the box. He wasn't buying it. He knew he didn't hit it. I got jammed. You can deke that runner. You're going to get the force out anyway. It's that guy that's running from home to first you got to take care of.
And that's a big play. You got the guy with the big speed off the bases like that.
Yeah.
That's a big play.
So one down for Maglio Ordonez, 1 for 5 last night. And he got a little piece of that. 0-1. You know, the key for Alex White is that he's got that live fastball, as Mike pointed out, the easy 94. But he's also got good movement with that fastball, and he'll throw that two-seamer that
it's about 91, 92 that has good movement. So, if he's on his game and it's sinking, you'll see a lot of ground balls.
Like that right there. Hanahan has time to throw out Ordonez, 2 away. Will Rhymes moves into scoring position.
Well, same situation last night with the first base open, and you got this guy coming to the plate. You certainly don't want to throw a mistake or make a mistake. They're going to put him out in the first inning. There you go. Pitch around him, and they're going to make Brennan Bosch come up and try and beat you. Last night he hit the 2-run home run. Genmar Gomez hung him a changeup, and he hit it onto the home run porch. So Manny Acta says it's a young kid, and I like that move for the manager, just saying go ahead, because this is his first major league start.
You're right, and it's something you decide that before the game ever starts. If he gets in a jam, especially early, and you got a big bat like Cabrera at the plate, then just go ahead and put him on and face the other guy.
No matter if it's a first inning or not.
Exactly, and the fact of the matter is that Bosch is hitting less against right-handers than he is left-handers.
2-0 pitch is ball 3 as Cabrera just watches the intentional pass go by. And Brennan Bosch readies for his at-bat.
And ultimately, it's going to happen to every good hitter. The guy behind the great hitter in the lineup is going to have to, come up and get some base hits, or that's when they'll quit walking them.
Well, and so far this year, Bosch has delivered. He's hitting .341 coming into tonight's action.
Hush your mouth.
Well, it's the smart thing to do.
Yeah. It's still a good play.
Whether
it works or not, it's still a good play.
That's it's the odds. You make this guy beat you, the young hitter. He had a terrific year last year as a rookie.
Two on, two out here in the first inning. Alex White delivers up high, ball one to Bosch.
That's the difference when you have Victor Martinez on the disabled list, because Victor could be up and batting behind him, the switch hitter, and then you can protect him a little bit more because Victor's an excellent hitter and an RBI guy.
And the 1-0. A little bit outside, 2 balls, no strikes.
Yeah, as an opposing manager, you pick your poison.
Right.
you want Cabrera, you want Martinez, and both of them are awfully tough. Coming into tonight, Bosch is hitting .311 against right-handers and .417 against left-handers. I mean, the odds say that he's an easier out this way than he would be another way.
White checks the runner at second, gives him a second look. And he missed again, 3 balls, no strikes. The on-deck hitter is right-handed hitting Ryan Rayburn. White ready. And the 3-0. Fouled right back off the mask. He was not going to take there, was he? He was letting it rip.
Well, yeah, you had a feeling, Jim Leyland's going to try and get that lead early again tonight and get after it. So, yeah, you're going to let him go ahead and swing 3-0. Why not? You figure you're going to get the heater.
Two on, two out here in the top of the first. And the 3-1 pitch is fouled off the mask again. Full count. Lou Marson.
Lou better answer the phone. He better answer the phone that's ringing. That's back to back. Look at him. He's got a little smirk on his face. That's a little rude.
He chose to play there.
Yes. Oh, boy. Well, better a night game than a day game.
Crowd still filing in here at Progressive Field. They look like they're backed up at the gates trying to get in for this 6:05 start. Expecting a nice crowd here this evening before it's all said and done. 2 on, 2 out. Payoff pitch coming to Brennan Bosch. The runners go, and a ground ball hit the second. Orlando Cabrera drops to a knee and throws him out. Alex White, a scoreless first inning in his Major League debut. Indians coming to bat. as the Indians and Tigers lock horns, game 2 of this 3-game weekend series. Let's look at the Indians starting 9 tonight, brought to you by Progressive Insurance, proud to be the official auto insurance provider of the Cleveland Indians. Michael Brantley leading off tonight as Grady Sizemore gets an evening off. Then it's Asdrubal Cabrera followed by Shin-Soo Choo. Carlos Santana at first base hitting cleanup. Then Orlando Cabrera backs him up. Jack Hanahan is hitting 6th. Then it's Matt Laporta DHing. Austin Kearns in the lineup hitting 8th, and Lou Marson will catch and bat 9th.
Rick Porcello starting for the Tigers, making his 5th start. He's 1-2. They skipped him. It's been 10 days since his last start. They had a couple of off days. They skipped one turn in the rotation, so he was last on the mound 10 days ago against the Seattle Mariners.
Michael Brantley takes a strike. You notice Travis Hafner not in the starting lineup again tonight for the Indians. He has a strain of the tendon on the bottom of his foot that he injured in that slide home the other night against Kansas City. Brantley with a bouncer to second base. Rhymes throws him out, 1 down, and the Indians are hopeful that Hafner, who will be reevaluated on Monday, will be ready to go on the next road trip, but we'll have to wait and see. He is available, Manny Acta says, to pinch hit between now and then, but not able to fulfill his DH duties for an entire game. Brings up Asdrubal Cabrera, switch hitting shortstop, 2 for 3 last night. And outside of the game-winning grand slam hit by Carlos Santana, his home run was monumental because the Indians were down in that 7th inning. His home run tied the game and ultimately gave the Indians the chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th.
Rick Porcello.
Last night, Cabrera sent that one into the seats in the lower deck in right field. And that came one pitch as Cabrera is hit by that pitch. That homer was one pitch after Jim Leland had gone to the mound. And we kind of thought, well, he might take him out here. But he just wanted to go out and talk to him. He asked him how he felt. He said the kid said he felt fine, and Leland left him in.
Well, he must have lied.
Right on the back of the calf right there.
Mike Maniacta says that, he makes his mind up before he leaves the dugout when he goes to the mound because he doesn't want to get into a situation where he could be talked out of making the move. Did you ever do that, or would you allow a pitcher maybe at times to keep himself in the game and talk his way out of it?
In the 16 years that I managed in the big leagues, I only had it happen one time. I went out. I usually made up my mind if I came out of the dugout. I was going out there to take him out. And Charlie Nagy talked me out of it one time. And probably the only guy that I ever managed that could have done that.
Did he get did he get out of it?
Yeah, he did. Pitched 2 more innings.
Perfect.
I was a smart manager, wasn't I? But that's the only time. Usually, the guys the good ones are going to try to talk you out of it. They really are. Hey, I feel fine. Let me get this guy. And the good things usually don't happen when you go along with them.
Choo looks at a ball up high, and the count evens at 1-1. Riding a 6-game tear, as you see there, for Choo. And a one-hop smash. Oh, what a pick. It's short by Peralta. And the Tigers turn 2. You can't hit it much harder than Choo did. But Johnny Peralta had him defensed well. And the Tigers turn an inning-ending double play. No score after 1. Hit a home run with the delicious frappe or real fruit smoothie from McDonald's. By your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. And by AT&T. Scoreless as we go to the second inning. Ryan Rayburn, Johnny Peralta, and Alex Avila for Detroit. And Alex White with a breaking ball for a strike. Rayburn was 2 for 5 with a double last night. Comes right back. Same pitch, 0-2. With their win last night, the Indians now 17-8. Best record in the American League, and a 4.5 game lead over second place Kansas City. Tigers falling to third place, 5.5 off the pace. The White Sox lost their third straight last night. Twins lost their fourth in a row. Chicago 10-17 at the start of the day. Minnesota 9-16. The 1-2 pitch. That'll even it up. And Alex White with a 2-2. Hit on the ground to third. Hanahan, long throw. Nice stretch by Santana. And that is out number 1. Mike, you worked with Carlos Santana in addition to Matt Laporta this spring training, and he's a pretty good natural first baseman, even though he's a catcher by trade nowadays.
Well, he's a good athlete, and you know that goes a long way. He's got good feet, which good athletes do, and he's confident, to say the least, in his abilities, both as a hitter and as a player, no matter where he plays. The only thing that he does that really bothers me is he'll stretch out a lot of times or catch a ball. And he'll catch a ball back in his body, and I don't, instead of reaching out and catching that in front. And
is that from catching?
I think it is. I think that it is. Yeah,
let that ball come to you.
Yeah, I think that it is, and it's the habit he's going to have to break if he plays a lot of first base.
Johnny Peralta takes a strike.
I certainly didn't do it that time, which was good to see. But the previous guy that Bosch that made the third out of last inning, he did that. He caught the ball back in his body.
The 1-1. Oh, Peralta waving at a good off-speed pitch, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Well, you guys were both accomplished hitters during your careers in the major leagues. Advantage, pitcher or hitter, when you haven't ever seen a guy, which I'm assuming none of these Tigers have seen Alex White, other than on video.
I would say first at bat advantage pitcher, but after that, then it evens out a little bit more. I mean, obviously, the advantage is always with the pitcher, no matter who you are. But when you haven't seen a guy the very first time, his first at bat, you have to see what his breaking ball does, what his fastball does. Then it more evens up.
Alex White delivering our McDonald's I'm loving it with his first major league strikeout, 2 down. And Alex Avila comes to the plate. He was 2 for 2 last night with a double. Also had a couple of sac flies in the ball game. Do you rely, Mike, if you're in the lineup and you haven't faced a guy and you're hitting maybe down the line, do you rely on other people, or do you trust your own eyes and go by what you see?
No, you watch you pick out hitters in the lineup that have similar styles to you, and you see what the guy threw first pitch, what he threw when he's behind in the count, what he threw when he's even in the count, what he threw when he needed a strike. You have scouting reports to go by too, but there's nothing like putting your own eyes on the guy when you're at the plate to really have things set in.
Now the 1-1. Boy, just missed. Tried to shave that outside corner.
Try and pick up the arm slot, too, from the side until you get in that white batter's box. You don't know where exactly that arm's coming from.
He's not exactly a traditional delivery style. He's got a little bit of a funky delivery, I guess, with that 3/4 arm action. Hustling over near the line, and a nice backhanded grab by Austin Kearns. And a 1-2-3 second inning for Alex White. No score, middle of the second. Goodyear, everything Goodyear has learned, making tires that go the distance, inspires what they roll into yours. And a beautiful evening here in downtown Cleveland as the Indians try to run their home winning streak to 12 in a row against these Detroit Tigers. And Alex White with a 1-2-3 second inning. We'll watch his offense go to work. It'll be Carlos Santana, Orlando Cabrera, and Jack Hanahan. Santana, the bottom of the ninth inning grand slam last night, making the Tribe a 9-5 winner. And he checks, it's a strike. Carlos told me before the game today that he did get that grand slam ball from the young fan. After the ball game, he said he traded him a signed bat and a signed ball.
That's for your first grand slam, pretty special one to end the game. At home, I don't think it gets any better than that. Do you remember your first grand slam?
That's my last year I ever played. Yeah, I do.
Is that right?
In Seattle, yeah.
You had one, huh?
I had one, yeah. And I always hit the ball hard with the bases loaded. But it's a thrill. It is an absolute thrill. Mine wasn't a game winner, but still a thrill.
The 2-2. And Santana is out on strikes. First K for Porcello. One down here in inning number 2.
Well, Porcello's a guy, he's a sinker ball pitcher as well. He'll be on his game if you see a lot of ground balls, but he has had a lot of success against the Indians. This is his 8th start in his career. He is 4-0, and he's pitched well in this ballpark. 2-0 here. He had a very good rookie season and then scuffled a little bit last year. It went to 10-12.
Orlando Cabrera, 1 out of 4 in the ball game last night. Chops one to third. Brandon Inge, easy play. 2 down. Well, before the ball game tonight, a special moment as the Indians pay tribute to one of their biggest fans, John Adams. And how about John? They took his drum to home plate, and on the ceremonial first pitch from Joe Charbonneau, he swung his drum. just passed the 3,000th game milestone in his fan career. And he's been up there pounding away at that drum for a long time. Hanahan fouls it back out of play.
I wish Joe had fired one in there to see how strong that drum was.
Well, that's all he had, Joe, because he has a tough time throwing.
1-1 count for Jack Hanahan. A little bit outside.
That's about how he threw when he played, wasn't it?
That's right. Throw it through the drum skin.
High and wide, 3 balls and a strike.
John would have had something to spend that $25 check on then, wouldn't he?
New drum cover. Matt Laporta would be next, and the 3-1 to Hanahan is popped in the air. Shallow left. Out goes Peralta. And in comes Rayburn. The Indians go in order. Through 2, no score. To see our Miller taste greatness moment. Go to the 3rd inning here at Progressive Field. It'll be Brandon Inge, the number 9 hitter for Detroit, then Austin Jackson and Will Rhymes. By the way, in between innings, Curtis Danberg from the Indians front office stopped in our booth, and Mike Hargrove, we were wondering the $25 check that the Indians presented to John before the game. We knew there had to be a story. We weren't aware of what it was exactly. And Curtis tells us that's how much the first drum that John Adams ever bought, that's how much he paid for it in a garage sale.
It looks like it.
So he's been reimbursed.
Good for him. He's a good man.
There it is.
$25, and he still has the drum.
Long time loyal to the core. Down low. Brandon Inge 1 for 4. He doubled in last night's game. Alex White.
Yes,
and
he did.
Inge could not hold up. He went too far, and Tim Welke agrees down at first base. Tips the count in White's favor now. Ball and 2 strikes.
Well, yeah, he certainly did.
And the 1-2. Ooh, just a little bit outside with a good fastball. Evens the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes now for Inge. Inside, off the dish.
Well, he's certainly not afraid to pitch. You know, he's moving the ball around. I mean, he's making pitches when he's behind the count, ahead in the count. I mean, it's so far it's real impressive for a young kid.
And the payoff pitch. Beat into the ground. Third baseman Jack Hanahan has been busy already here tonight. He throws out innings, one away. Let's take a look tonight at our AT&T trivia question. Going all the way back to 1919. Since then, who is the only Indians pitcher to throw a complete game shutout in his major league debut?
Well, if we got to go back that far, I don't know.
Just since 1919. Do you want a hint?
Well, no matter how old Archie looks, he wasn't born in 1919.
Do you want a hint? I won't give him one if you don't want one. There's a pop-up, foul ground. Martian.
What, did you hand this question into him?
No, I know the answer, though.
I'll take a hint. Okay. Whisper it to me.
Rick, don't listen.
Okay, hold on. Okay, go ahead.
You're in the cone of silence.
Got my fingers in my ears.
The pitcher predates your 2 careers in Cleveland.
Thanks for the hint.
So, well, there you go. Boy, that narrows it down quite a bit, I think. See, I mean, you can't even ever please this guy over here.
I don't blame him.
Now the 0-2. And just missed again, a ball and 2 strikes. .40 pitches thus far for Alex White. 23 of those have been strikes. He's retired 5 straight Tiger hitters. And the 1-2 pitch a little bit wide of the mark. Now the 2-2 pitch is spoiled. I always remember Louis Isaac for so many years, the bullpen coach here for the Indians. He said with young pitchers, strike 3 is the last thing that comes around for them to master, because in the minor leagues, hitters will chase pitches that are off the plate, and up here at the big leagues, they don't chase that pitch. It's just a few inches outside.
That's right. Yeah, and that is true. You learn the ability to be able to put hitters away. Just like you learn to throw a curveball, to hit a curveball, it's you learn how to put hitters away, and that really is probably the last thing that comes for young pitchers.
Had him down on the count. Now the count is full at 3-2, and the fastball is a little bit outside, so that's ball 4. And then a one-out base runner for Will Rhymes. Don't miss a new edition of Minor League Magazine Tuesday at 6. Al Pulaski and Jason Stanford bring you all the news and updates in the Indians minor league system. This week, they'll interview Minor League Player of the Week, Akron Arrows lefty Nick Hagedorn. Indians Minor League Magazine Tuesday at 6 on STO. Popped up, foul ground, and just out of play as Hanahan gave it a long look.
Did you guys get a chance to see Hagedorn pitch in spring training?
I did not.
Oh, my.
Saw him throw some bullpens. I mean, he's impressive just to stand there and watch him throw.
He's a big body guy and throws bullets.
Oh, I know there were a lot of people impressed with him.
Rick and I were talking about the fact that you don't see a lot of left-handed closers. I mean, they're not plentiful, put it that way. And Rick said, well, there just aren't a lot of left-handers that throw hard.
That's true.
He's one of them.
He is one of them.
Runner goes, 0-1 pitch outside, throw down. Oh, what a throw, they got him. Lou Marson with a perfect strike to his dribble Cabrera, who slaps the tag on Austin Jackson for out number 2.
Well, last night Santana got his first base runner, and now tonight Lou Marson follows suit, and it was an excellent throw. I mean, Jackson probably one of their best base stealers. Detroit not a team that runs a lot, but it was right there. Good throw. You got it. Put that notch in your belt.
And now 2 down. White back to the windup, and boy, that looked awfully good. It's called a ball, 2-1.
Oh, my. I can't say what I'd like to say.
I was just going to say.
I wish this was in the dugout. I could say it.
The 2-1 pitch is wide. 3 balls and a strike.
But he has a better view than us.
That's true.
No,
we'll give him that.
We got a bigger lens.
That's true.
And the 3-1. There's a strike.
There are times, though, when you look and you go, did I miss something? You know.
And you did. You did miss something. Golly.
The crowd's starting to get into it a little bit now. Pulling for Alex.
And the payoff pitch. Slap foul out of play.
You know, you talk about, minor league pitchers and they'll expand their zone. I think that's why anytime a big league pitcher has to go down to the minor leagues, they don't like to pitch to minor leaguers because they throw pitches and didn't somebody tell that kid he's supposed to take that ball? Not hit it. He's supposed to. I was wasting this pitch, and these guys will expand their zone. Where the discipline comes is at the major league level.
3-2 pitch. Rip fair down the right field line. Chew over
good.
Into the corner, digs it out. Here's the throw, not in time. Rhymes in safely with a 2-out double.
Well, you do hear major league pitchers, complain, complain all the time about having to pitch down the minor leagues, especially in spring training, because those kids, you can't set any pitches up because they swing at everything.
They are ready to go. Yeah. They are hitting from their nose to their shoes. He pulls this one inside the bag down first baseline. Rhymes gets his very first double of the year, and he knew he had to hustle all the way because when you hit it to Shin-Soo Choo, they all know about him.
Maglio Ordonez grounded out to third his first time up. Ground ball to short as Dribble Cabrera, routine play. Inning over. 3 scoreless innings in the book for Alex White. No score, middle of the third. Matt Laporta, Austin Kearns, and Lou Marson for the Tribe. Laporta DHing tonight. Homered to the left field porch in last night's game. The Indians, in their 11-game home winning streak, have out-homered the opposition 22-7. And a base hit into right field for Laporta. And the Indians will get their leadoff man aboard for the first time tonight.
Well, I like that swing. Shooting the ball the other way. Looked like he has a little sinker running in on his hands. He came in there and watched him inside out the ball. Nice swing. Boy, if you can do that, now that gets you some better pitches. If you could take that ball and go the other way.
Well, you take that approach and the approach he had last night on his last at bat when he hit the home run.
Right.
I mean, it's the same approach. The ball was in a different location, but it kept him in a spot mechanically in balance to where he could handle that pitch and take it that way. And last night, the pitch in and pull it and hit it just
without forcing to try and do something different with your swing.
That's exactly right. But you're right. That's nice to see.
I think when you look at most hitters, almost all hitters, when they're swinging the bats well and they're in a good groove, you'll see them use the whole field. You know, they'll go from left field line to right field line. Most of them.
And most hitters are taught. Right-hand hitters are taught to use the field from right center to the line and left field, and left-hand hitters obviously from left center field to the line. And all good hitters stay in the middle of the field.
Kearns pops it foul back out of play.
I remember Toby Hurd telling me, though, one time, our old buddy, and especially yours, he'd say, I'm not hitting the ball up the middle. He said, that's where your best fielders are, second, short, and center field. I'm not going to hit it to those guys. I'm either going to pull it or I'm going to slice it, and that's how it's going to be. Yeah. And he could hook it and he could slice it, and he could bunt, and
Toby was amazing.
He was incredible what he could do with a bat.
Well, he's a 5-tool player.
Yes,
he really was.
Austin Kearns strikes out, one down here in inning number 3. Let's get back to what you were talking about with regards to Matt Laporta's swing. This is first from last night, the home run.
Look at it, stiff front leg, and he really got the hands through the hitting area very well, and that ball was elevated a little bit. In this one, he goes down. And right there, and I think both of them very good swings.
Oh, yeah. You know, you watch his setup, his feet, his balance, everything was right there, and he let his hands work. That's... You know, we spent a long time, and believe me, I'm not taking credit for this, but we spent a long time in spring training every day talking about allowing his talent to work for him and not forcing it to. And he had a lot of good questions and took to heart some things we talked about.
Now it's just a matter of applying it in that little white box.
That's right.
Lou Marson takes a strike.
John Nunley's done a really good job with this kid. I think he really has.
Well, John can't be too displeased with anybody in this Indians lineup. The way they've been swinging the bats.
Job security, isn't it?
The 0-1 sliced foul the other way.
Because if they don't hit, he's going to be the first guy everybody starts blaming.
Well, that is true. That's so true. I think what the two toughest jobs under being the manager, where you're in charge of everybody, the pitching coach and hitting coach, because you've got all those guys you got to take care of. Everybody's an individual, and you've got to have your own routines for every guy.
That's right.
And pitch to Marson is a strike called on the inside corner, and back-to-back strikeouts. And Marson's saying, wait a minute, how about getting my guy that pitch then?
Well, I'll tell you what, Porcello's tough on right-handers. Coming into today, righties were hitting just a $194 off him. So,
get a look at our minor league report brought to you by Kia. Jason Kipnis added again, 2 for 4, a homer, scored 3 times. He is on fire right now. Clippers have won 9 in a row under Mike Sarbaugh. Michael Brantley grounded out to second base his first time up tonight. As well as Grady Sizemore has swung the bat since his return. There still is good reason for the Indians giving him a day rest here and there. They just have to be cautious in bringing him back. So that's why he gets the night off. 1-1 pitch. And that's blooped into right field, and it's going to drop for a hit. Nice job by Bosch to smother it. On his way to third is Laporta, and he is out. Well, I'll tell you what, Brennan Bosch made a terrific play. If he doesn't smother that, they're still running around the bases right now. But Laporta gunned down at third to end the inning. Top of the fourth inning. As mentioned earlier, the Alex White, some of his coaches are here in attendance tonight. You see that Carolina Tar Heel blue tends to stick out, doesn't it?
Yes, indeedy. Well, I'll tell you what, so far so good for the young man. They're getting they like what they see, but now they're going to say, hey, let's get the kid some runs.
First, he'll have to deal with Miguel Cabrera, who he intentionally walked his first time up.
Well, this is how you like to face him. Nobody on, leading off an inning.
That's hammered deep center field. Brantley's going to watch this one sail out of here.
I'll tell you what, that guy is some kind of strong. That's the one guy you just don't want to pitch to in that lineup, and you can see why.
That's a tough pitch to hit hard like he hit it.
And he hit a line drive.
Yeah.
That thing never got that high. He hits the second home run of the series, and he will give the Tigers a 1-0 lead. Well, I mean, you look down the road, and he'll be able to say, well, yeah, my first big league home run went a long way, too. But it was off Miguel Cabrera.
Shot that just over the top of the bullpen, hit the fence that keeps the bullpen catcher safe.
I think it took the paint off the railing header, didn't it?
I think it did. Hot shot to third. Hanahan on the big hop. Throws out Brennan Bosch, one away. Go back to that play that ended the bottom half of the third.
It's really not a good play to dive for that ball there, but he ends up smothering it. Then he makes a great throw and retires Laporta at third base. So
it really wasn't a good play. I mean, it really wasn't.
Yeah, you're taught not to dive for it, because if that ball gets by him, then he probably ends up scoring. But
that's right.
It didn't happen, so it's really a moot point to talk about it. They'll come in, though, and they'll say, hey, great play, but
yeah,
we don't want you doing that.
Yeah.
Slice down the right side into the seats. No balls and 2 strikes. Tigers on top 1-0 now here in the fourth inning. Ryan Rayburn grounded out to third his first time up. But it took a good play defensively to get him out. Back.
It was a bad play with a great ending. I mean, he really he made the mistake by diving to the ball. You don't want to dive for a ball like that with a runner on first base with 2 outs in the third inning or late in the ball game when that's a tying or winning run. You want to play it in front of you and try to get the next guy out. You got to applaud his effort. But it just there's more things that could have gone wrong with that play than went right.
That is true.
Alex White gets a new baseball. 1-2 the count here on Ryan Rayburn. Manny Acta said he wasn't concerned at all about Alex White dealing with his first major league start in terms of jitters or nerves or composure. He said, he's a low-key guy, but he's a fierce competitor.
Well, I was talking to Jason Bray earlier in the week, who was down in Toledo, and he stopped here before he went home, and he's in charge of a lot of the minor league pitchers. And he was down there watching him pitch. He said his slider's getting much better. He knows what he has to do. He's got a pretty good makeup, and he knows the program he's on. It's just a matter of getting innings, going out there and pitching.
Now the line and the 2-2. Hit well, deep right field. Chu, and this one's gone. All he could do was watch it fly into the seats. A couple of solo homers here in the fourth. 2-0 Tigers.
Tell you what, though, that second time around, they're making a few adjustments, aren't they? This ball, they're going the other way. I mean, when you stay on it, watch Rayburn. He let that ball track deep into the zone, and he just shot him the other way. Good swing.
Now Johnny Peralta cuts and misses. Peralta struck out his first time up. Tigers using the long ball here in inning number 4 with a pair of solo homers to grab the 2-0 lead. One ball, one strike. Pitch number 65 on the night for White. Missed inside with it. Tigers right-handed hitters Cabrera and Rayburn supplying the solo homers for Detroit here in this inning. And you talked about good hitters using the middle of the field. Cabrera's homer was almost a straightaway center, and Rayburn took it to the opposite field.
Well, where'd you hit yours? Well, I wanted to go that way too, but back-to-backers.
2-2, swung out and missed. Second time Peralta has struck out tonight. 2 down here in inning number 4.
Well, bring the whole family out to the ball game tomorrow because it's the first kids fun day of the year. You may want to get here early. Pregame activities are out on the Gateway Plaza. And then after the ball game, kids, you get to run around the bases. So come on out. 216-420-HITS or visit Indians.com for the tickets.
Here is Alex Avila, who flied to left in the second inning. Took a nice play by Austin Kearns to retire him. And a nice running catch near the line. And a first pitch strike. We focus so much on the Indians' offense during this 11-game home winning streak. But the fact remains the pitchers have thrown 84 shutout innings out of 103 pitched. There's a line drive into center. Alex Avila. as the third hit for Detroit here in inning number 4.
Well,
Some 5 in the game.
You get pitching like that, you're going to be in a lot of ball games.
Yeah.
And the Indians, taking that pitching, they put runs on the board early and they put them on late like they did last night. The pitchers have kept them in the ball game and allowed them a chance to do that, and that's why you look at it and people say, "Is it real?" Well, yeah, it could be. It really could be. Time will tell, but it's a lot more real now than it was this time last year.
Brandon Inge grounded to third his first time up. Comparing the Indians in the month of April from this year to last year, averaging 5.5 runs a game. Last year, 3.5, so 2 runs per game difference. Batting average over 30 points higher. There, pitches inside. How about the home run differential? Last year in the month of April, they hit 13 home runs. They've hit 32 this year. I mean, so it's a stark contrast up and down the line.
They ate their spinach this month.
It's been a 20-pitch inning for Alex White. And he catches the outside corner. The young right-hander delivers the 2-1 and a swing and a miss to even the count. Now he got a little piece of that. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Lost in the dramatics of last night's game was the fact that Genmar Gomez, while he didn't pitch great, he also minimized damage very well. I mean, there were a couple of situations where one hit could have made that a blowout early in Detroit's favor. You talk about giving your team a chance to win. Some nights you may not be throwing it that well, but you've got to try to keep your team in it, and he did that.
He got the outs at the right time, which is a huge factor.
Now the 2-2 from Alex White with a runner at first and 2 down. Inge going the other way, but it's out of play into the seats.
Sending along some birthday wishes tonight. Charlotte Thompson of North Olmsted is turning 84, and Katie Barish is turning 83. So happy birthday, ladies.
Also, John Meek of Akron, who is a huge Mike Hargrove fan, I understand, celebrating his 51st birthday.
You have to go check his temperature.
And Pedro Machado, who works here for the Indians in the ballpark ops department, celebrating number 27 here at work. Swing and a miss. Alex White strikes out Brandon Inge to end the 4th inning. So he gives up 2 homers, but he comes back to strike out a pair of Tigers to end the frame. Here has learned making tires that go the distance inspires what they roll into yours. For the Tribe, here is Dribble Cabrera, Shin-Soo Choo, and Carlos Santana. And a first pitch strike. Cabrera was hit by a pitch his first time up. Porcello threw 3 innings, had only made 32 pitches. And 21 of those were strikes coming into this 4th frame. Now he's armed with a 2-run lead. Cabrera with a ground ball the other way. Peralta backhanded stop. And a good throw to get him. Let's go back to the studios for the first time tonight for an in-game update with Al Pawlowski.
Hey, Matt, Rick, Mike, let's go to New York where the Yankees in the 9th inning with Toronto's tying run on second base, bringing Mario Rivera. He gets the save. His 9th of the year. He's 34 away now from breaking Trevor Hoffman's all-time saves record. Yankees win. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Al. Here now is Shin-Soo Choo. He bounced into a double play to end the first inning here tonight.
That was a nice play by Peralta on that ball. Ball was hit hard.
Yeah. Grounded foul, right side. Talked to Choo a little bit before the ball game tonight. I don't know if you guys had a chance to see it, but there was a very well-written story about Choo in Sports Illustrated, and just about how rare it is for a Korean-born player to come to the United States to make it into the major leagues. I mean, especially as a position player, and all the things that he had to overcome and deal with. One of which was, and I found this to be really interesting, if a Korean-born player leaves Korea, comes to America, and doesn't make it, if he goes back, he has to sit out 2 years before he can play again in Korea.
No kidding. Did not know that.
So I asked Choo if he thought maybe his success would lead more Korean-born players to try their luck in America, and he said that's the problem, though, because if you don't make it, if you go back, you can't play for 2 years. So it's talk about a real roll of the dice for a baseball player. And he checked the swing. Did he go? He did. He went too far. That's the 4th strikeout now for Rick Porcello. 2 down here in the 4th inning.
Well, check it out from the side.
And I'm sorry, that's not a swing.
You don't think so?
No, I didn't think so.
It was close. It was close, but Choo didn't think so either. But down at Mike DeMuro did.
Two down for Carlos Santana. He was called out on strikes his first time up. Our great clip of the game from last night brought to you by Great Clips. Carlos Santana with his first career grand slam, a game winner in the bottom of the 9th. And now Santana with a drive deep right field and out of here. Santana with his 5th home run of the year slices that Tigers lead in half. It's 2-1.
That ball didn't take long to get out of here either. That was a line shot. Well, let's take a look at this great clip home run. Great needs, great deeds, great clips. There's a nice swing, line drive into right field. There it is, in a hurry. So he gets the Indians on the board, and shocker, it's a home run. They're 33rd for the Indians.
And they're 23rd during this 11-game home win streak. And Orlando Cabrera couldn't hold up quickly in the hole, 0-2. And the 2-strike pitch is chopped to third. Inge throws out Cabrera and the inning is over. But Carlos Santana with one mighty swing of his bat as the Indians on the board. It's a 2-1 Tigers lead through 4. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by United, proud to fly the Cleveland Indians. By your Northern Ohio Hyundai dealers. It's time to join the Hyundai movement. And by Panini's. Get overstuffed at any one of 18 locations in Northeast Ohio. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum on your right. Great Lakes Science Center on your left, downtown Cleveland. Beautiful evening as Austin Jackson cuts and misses. He singled in the first, walked in the third. And Alex White has given up just 2 solo homers so far here tonight in his major league debut. Alex's dad, Bruce White, said that people were telling him when Alex was 10 years old that his son was going to pitch in the big league someday. The 0-2 pitch, a little bit outside, and his dad knew that only a small percentage of kids who play baseball even get a chance to make it that far. But what a dream come true for Alex White and his entire family here tonight. Fouled away.
Well, Detroit, this will be the third time going through that lineup for Alex, and the first time through he did a great job, 1 for 8. He had the intentional walk, and the second time through, the Tiger hitters made a little adjustment. They went 4 for 8, and they hit the 2 home runs.
80th pitch of the night for White, and it's low. This scoreboard update is brought to you by your Northern Ohio Ford dealers and the all-new 2012 Ford Focus. Ford, drive one. Now the 2-2. Really ran it in on the thumbs of Jackson, who fights it off. Jim Leland's Tigers ball club has lost 4 straight coming into tonight's action. Count goes to full, 3-2.
Well, this is Jackson's third at bat, and he's already seen 18 pitches. So he's done a good job as the leadoff hitter, seeing a lot of pitches from White.
And the payoff sails high and inside. Ball 4. Leadoff man aboard for Detroit here in the 5th. Going to bring up Will Rhymes, 1 for 2. He doubled inside the bag at first base in the 3rd inning. Now, White has had a lot of ground balls tonight. Austin Jackson was thrown out trying to steal in the third. How much of a deterrent that was will be seen here. Pitch out, nothing doing.
Well, they thought he'd be off and running again, or they might be trying a hit and run, but to no avail. Now, if you want to run, you can go ahead and take off. But like you say, when you've been thrown out once, there's that little hesitation at times.
Mm-hmm. And a bunt. Fielded cleanly by White. Throws out runs. Jackson goes into scoring position.
You know, sometimes a manager will use a pitch out early in a ball game, just to alert the other team, the other manager, say, hey, look, you know, I'm on to your game, and so I'm not going to be afraid to pitch out. Knowing the guy's not going to run, and they pitch out for purpose, and let them know, hey, you know,
all right, we're thinking about
exactly, and maybe make them a little hesitant in using a hit and run or a steal. I'm not saying that was the case there, but
yeah,
there are times you do that.
Totally understand.
Maglio Ordonez has grounded out to third and to short, with Jackson in scoring position. One out here in the fifth. Popped in the air. Shallow right. Cabrera out. The second baseman calls for it. 2 down.
Well, Ordonez has been aggressive early tonight. Well, check out Progressive Fields all-you-can-eat seats when you can enjoy unlimited hot dogs, nachos, peanuts, popcorn, and Pepsi products for just $32. Get your tickets at Indians.com, and remember, buy your tickets in advance for great savings.
Now, once again, with first base open, the Indians are going to intentionally pass on Miguel Cabrera. And why not? Because in his last at-bat, he socked a home run to center field that, as Mike said, took a little paint off the railing in the Indians' bullpen.
Well, when he hit that last home run, I thought the ball was down and away from him. And watching on replay, the ball was up in the middle of the plate.
Yeah.
As was the one that Rayburn hit.
It. Yeah.
And again, big league hitters, you put the ball up in the zone and out over the plate, they're gonna hammer it.
You know, it's funny because a lot of times pitchers say, I made a good pitch. But when you look at that replay and you see where sometimes the ball is, you say, that wasn't that good.
It was a good pitch. They wouldn't have called it.
Well, you know, you've always said, you've made the comment, Rick, before, that the hitters will let you know how your stuff is playing.
Yeah. Yeah, they will.
And Manny actually made the comment before today's game, the other team will let us know when it's time to take Alex White out of this game, because he was asked, you know, how long will you let him pitch? Is there a limit? Is there a pitch count? He said the other team will dictate how long he stays in the game.
Well, they're 0 for 6 tonight with runners in scoring position. You know, the 2 runs are solo home runs. That's okay.
Yeah.
When you give up home runs, it's not bad if you give up solo shots.
You know, like Mike said, the thing that's been impressive about White here tonight is he has pitched. He isn't just coming out there and rearing back and throwing his fastball every pitch and, you know, trying to over-muscle them or overpower them. He's worked both sides of the plate. He's tried to change speeds.
Well, you really want to get a 0 on that board after the Indians just come back and they cut it in half. They made it a 2-1 game. You want to keep that momentum.
0-2 the count.
Well, everybody, you know, post game, everybody will ask you, you know, what was the most important inning of the game tonight? And the standard answer, and it really is a true answer, the most important inning is the half inning after you scored to really keep the other team down, put a 0 up, as you said, and you keep the momentum on your side. It's just it builds over the course of the ball game.
Especially when you're at home. I mean, when you can go out there, if you can answer another team, you know, they get on the board, like they hit the 2 home runs, the Indians come right back and hit one. Now they get that momentum back, even though they're trailing by 1.
Right.
The 0-2 pitch. Good block by Marson. And Lou goes out to have a chat with Alex White. Indians pitching coach Tim Belcher, a watchful eye on Alex White here tonight. But like Manny acted, he was not worried or uptight about Alex White making his major league debut here this evening. They really felt like he had the poise and composure to handle it, and he has been impressive. The 1-2, a little bit outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And that 1-2 pitch was a really important pitch. I mean, that was the pitch to go ahead and put him away. I mean, that really was the pitch. He's still got a little wiggle room, 2-2, but the deeper he gets in the count, you know, that window shrinks.
No, I'm watching him now, and it seems like to me that two-seamer that he's got a good one, and it's got great movement, but he's not been able to throw it for strikes. You know, and if you don't do that, that's a pitch that's probably his go-to pitch to get guys out.
The 2-2. In the air, left field, slicing near the line. Long run for Kearns. He makes the catch. Second time tonight, Austin Kearns has sprinted over to that line to grab it and keep Alex White from giving up a run. Nice job by the young right-hander. As we go to the bottom of the 5th inning here at Progressive Field, Alex White sitting at 95 pitches has allowed just the 2 solo home runs. No activity in the Indians bullpen. Rick Porcello out to work the bottom of the 5th. He'll face Jack Hanahan, Matt Laporta, and Austin Kearns. Hanahan flied to left his first time up. And Rick Porcello watches Hanahan foul that one right off the end of the bat. Might have.
Yeah, he split it.
Yeah, exactly.
Off the cupped end.
And the 0-2. And he struck him out looking. And Hanahan has a crossword or two for Andy Fletcher.
Wasn't very happy, was he?
No, he was not. Our game recap brought to you by your Northern Ohio Toyota dealers. It's been all homers here tonight. Miguel Cabrera, Ryan Rayburn, couple of solo homers in the 4th. And then Carlos Santana getting the Indians on the board to make it a 2-1 ball game, and that's where we stand. Find out about more than 30 Toyota offers available now at buyatoyota.com. Matt Laporta scorches one down the left field line. This will roll all the way into the corner, and Laporta will roll into second base with a one-out double.
Well, the Indians now with 4 hits. Matt has 2 of them. And now after going the other way on his first at-bat, he smokes this ball down the third baseline. He's starting to lock in. Take a look at this swing. Yeah, he's short and compact. You force him to come inside, and he turned on that ball after the way he swung the bat the first time.
That's pretty dialed in. That's 3 at-bats in a row. That's encouraging. That really is encouraging. I mean, for me, he's an important bat in our lineup.
Oh, absolutely.
And in Indians lineup, and you get him going, and it's going to be all for the good.
Austin Kearns struck out his first time up. Looks at a ball down low. Porcello with a 1-0 and Kearns with a half swing. 1-1. He's been in between a couple of times tonight.
Well, that's a real bad spot to be in as a hitter, to where where your confidence, you haven't had enough at bats in a row to really get anything rolling, and your confidence is down, and it's a tough spot to be in.
The 1-1 pitch, grounded toward third. Inge gobbles it up, throws him out, 2 away. Monday night at 8, join Jim Donovan, Tony Grossi, and Doug Deacon for a special draft edition of Browns Red Zone. They'll wrap up everything with the Browns draft. Monday night at 8, right here on STO. Mike, that's what to me always made guys who excelled at pinch hitting somewhat of an enigma. You're like, how in the world do guys that don't play, and yet you put them in a spot and they seem to come up with big hit after big hit? I mean, Shelley Duncan's doing it, this year. And he was very good at it again last year, going back to last season. It's just amazing when you don't play a lot that you can come in the pinch and deliver.
Yeah, you're right. But the one thing all good pinch hitters have in common is they're really, really aggressive people. They go up there hacking. And I tried pinch hitting late in my career, and gee, man, Christmas, it was not a pretty thing to watch. But guys like Shelley, and you go back over the years, good. Smokey Burgess, you want to go that far back?
Yeah.
Good pinch hitters. They were aggressive guys that went out there and swung the bat, and they weren't afraid to fail.
1 ball, 1 strike for Lou Marson, who was called out on strikes his last time up, trying to deliver a big knock here and tie the game up. And he's down on the count 1-2. Maniaca has tried to get, and I think successfully so, everybody playing time on this club. You had teams that you couldn't pry your starters out of the lineup with a crowbar. It was tough to find time for your extra men.
I received a lot of criticism because I played the regulars a lot, and the bench players didn't get a lot of playing time, and people would ask me why are they playing? Well, they're starters for a reason, and the difference in talent between the guys that we had starting then and the guys we had on the bench, and we had good bench players, but not as good as the people that were starting. There was a noticeable drop off, and I gave guys days off, but I didn't give them. I didn't get. If you played the bench for me in the American League, you probably weren't going to get 150, 200 bats at tops, if at all.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah, for an extra man. Man, now they try and guarantee guys 200, 250, and it never used to be like that. You're an everyday player for a reason. I agree.
Porcello's 1-2 pitch, a little bit outside, and Marson stays alive to even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Boy, that's a good pitch because he's been running that 2-seamer in to Lou Marson, and then you flirt with that little slider away. It was away too. I mean, it was about 6 inches outside, but he was trying to get him to swing at it. He did not. Porcello, that's, I think, his best pitch, that little 2-seam fastball that he likes to throw down in the zone.
Well, 40 out of his 57 pitches have been strikes here tonight. Now the 2-2. Up high, full count.
And Reynolds he's been giving him that pitch down. I mean, he has. We've had been a couple of the Indians hitters that have walked away from the plate on strike 3, turning around and complaining to him. And it's up to the hitters to adjust to the umpire.
Yeah. Yes.
Payoff pitch. Bounced foul, wide of third. Indians got on the board with a 2-out homer from Carlos Santana in the 4th. Now looking for a 2-out hit from Lou Marson in the 5th to potentially tie this game. The payoff. And he's out looking. 6 strikeouts for Rick Porcello. And the inning is over. After 5, it remains Detroit 2, Cleveland 1. Coupons for the Subway Extreme Fan Zone. It's the place to be for a chance to win Subway gift cards, Indians fun money, and you'll get great discounts on your next Subway purchase. Subway, where winners eat. Two to 1, Detroit leads it. And as we go to the 6th inning, Ryan Rayburn, Johnny Peralta, and Alex Avila will bat for the Tigers. I'll tell you one thing about Alex White, too, is, guys, he's been able to pitch out of trouble here tonight. He had 2 runners on in the 1st. Had a runner in scoring position with 2 outs in the 3rd. Got out of that. Gave up the 2 solo homers in the 4th inning, but then again in the 5th with 2 men on base, able to get out without allowing any damage.
Well, he's walked 4. He's actually only walked 2. He's walked Jackson twice and the intentional walks to Cabrera.
Right. Just now getting some activity in the Indians bullpen. Rayburn homered his last time up, fouls this pitch off down the right side into the club seats.
He's trying to stay with that same approach that he had in his last at-bat when he took him to the opposite field.
Right-handed side armor Joe Smith loosens in the Indians bullpen. This was back in the 4th inning. Fastball up and away. He went right with it. The 1-1. Swung on and missed. A ball and 2 strikes. There is Joe Smith. Now the 1-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rayburn able to lay off, and the count goes full.
He just hasn't been able to get those guys to chase that little two-seamer.
Yep.
The payoff pitch. And Rayburn chases that one, a strikeout. And that's 4 Ks for Alex White.
Take a look at it. He comes back. That's a sinker. It was the same pitch as it was before. This one's a little farther away. But he was able to get him to chase that one.
So 1 down now for Johnny Peralta.
That's got to upset you as a hitter. You know, you go up there, you take the 2-2 to get to 3-2, and you help him out, and you swing at ball 4. And you're leading the inning off.
Yeah, that sinker has a lot of depth to it. I mean, that's one of those that doesn't just come up there and bend and sink. It comes in and drops. And those are the good kind, and he's got it.
Johnny Peralta twice tonight, a strikeout victim. Two balls, no strikes.
Hey, the one thing we haven't seen this kid tonight overthrow anything. You know, he stayed within himself the whole night and tried to make his pitches.
Yanked to left field. Kearns cuts it off. Johnny Peralta with a 1-out single. While we have a moment, let's go back to the studios for an in-game update once again with Al.
All right, Matt, 2 Central games for you. To KC, 1-0 Twins, top of the first. Runner at third. Kadire grounds to Aviles. Wild throw. Everyone safe. 2-0 Twins. To Chicago. Wild pitch from Phil Umber. Brian Roberts scores. 1-0 Orioles there. Back to you.
Al on double duty with the scores in the Central.
He's universal.
Yes.
Here the Tigers have 1 on 1 out. Alex Aviles singled his last time up. Alex White's 1-0 pitch.
I'm thinking he might get 2 more hitters. I don't think he'll let him go back to the top of the lineup, will he?
Yeah, I don't think he will. You know, it's I was anticipating them getting somebody up with him as he went out to start this inning. He started with 95 pitches, and while they don't have a pitch count on him, you know, like we said last night, around 100 pitches, a pitcher starts losing a little bit of focus and a little bit of arm gets a little fatigued. So I would be surprised if he goes with him much further.
And the 2-0 is wide of the mark, ball 3.
You see a pitcher getting tired. You see his arms start dragging, and he's going to lose the ball up to his arm side up in the zone. That's what he's done. So
up and away to the left-handers.
All the signs are there. Let's see if he can battle his way back into this at bat with Peralta at first base and 1 out in the 6th.
And don't be surprised if this guy's swinging 3-0 or the opportunity to.
Goes right at him with a good fastball to make it 3-1. White deals. And a double play ball hit up the middle. Cabrera to Cabrera. On to Santana. An inning-ending double play. 6 really impressive innings tonight from Indians rookie right-hander Alex White in his major league debut. Tigers with a 2-1 lead. And Alex White with a ground ball double play to get out of that inning. And gets a couple of pats on the back. Tim Belcher has to be very pleased
Absolutely.
with the 22-year-old's
Yes,
major league debut here tonight.
Well, now you say, come on, offense, get him a couple of runs. Give him a chance. You give the 6 or back up to the top of the lineup. But Rick Porcello's been pretty good tonight. 6 punch-outs, has not walked anybody, has given up just 4 hits. In the solo home run to Carlos Santana.
Michael Brantley looks at a strike, singled his last time up. And he comes right back at him again, 0-2. Brantley hammers it deep down the right field line and gone! Into the Tigers bullpen. Michael Brantley's first home run of the year ties the game at 2.
Well, there you go, kid. We got you your run. Let's see if we can get one more. Well, this one's legitimate. We thought Brantley had his first home run in Minnesota. They went to the review, and it was ruled a double. Right off the top of the wall, but this was no doubt right down the line. It's just a matter, is it going to stay fair? Little slider down and in that he really turns on, speeds up his bat, and you can see inside the line, we have a new ball game. It is 2-2. Amazing, isn't it? All runs, all solo home runs. 4
As
of them in the
Dribble
game.
Cabrera looks at a ball in the dirt, and Alex White, that brought him to the top step of the dugout.
Yeah, that gives you a little energy there.
In the dirt again, 2-0.
See, that pitch there by Porcello is also on an 0-2 pitch.
Well,
that little slider down and in.
Yeah, and the margin for error is so slim, so small. He threw him a change of slider, first pitch for a strike, and came back with a fastball for a strike, hit him 0-2, and then tried to trick him again, and got himself tricked. It's just it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder about the pitchers and the calls.
Well, let's look at this pitch to Michael Brantley. The 0-2 pitch looks like a slider down and in, right there. I mean, it stayed on the plate. If you want that slider in, obviously you want it in off the plate. You don't want it to miss on the plate. It was inside. I think Michael hit the ball, but 0-2. He's a good 2-strike hitter.
Now Shin-Soo Choo 0-2. And a foul tip. The 0-1 fouled back out of play, and it's 0-2. The other thing about Choo, Grover, and you remember when Choo was in the Mariners system. He originally came to the Mariners as a pitcher, but then they converted him to the outfield. He said his first 2 months in rookie ball, he said, were miserable. He said, I couldn't hit anything. He said everything I hit was either a pop up straight up in the air, or he said I'd hit it straight down into the ground. He said it was a kind of a terrifying experience because he really didn't know if he could make the adjustment.
Well, he said, and look at the kid, probably couldn't speak English at lick. And to overcome everything you were talking about. If you didn't make it, you had to go back and say that 2 years.
I know.
Yeah, and you kind of start to see a pattern develop. I want to tell you the truth. When we had Shin-Soo over in AAA, we called him up a number of times, and it was not a pretty sight. He didn't have any success with us at all, to the point that we were so smart. We were really thinking about putting him back as a pitcher, and thank goodness we didn't. And he got over here and got a chance, a new fresh start, and it's really done well. He's and you'd like to see good things happen to good people, and Shin-Soo's good people.
Yes,
really
he is.
I told him I was going to start calling him Frank because Shin-Soo was that was too hard for me to remember and tongue-tied, so I just called him Frank.
Just call him Choo.
A little bit low, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He'd be slipping with that Shin Tzu, huh?
Yeah, I couldn't
Hey,
quite
Frank,
get
come
it.
here.
Yeah, I did. I told you. One day in spring training, I said, "You're Frank now." He looked at me kind of puzzled. And
2-2. That's roped into right field. And Shin-Soo Choo with his first hit tonight, second hit in the series.
Frank had a good swing there.
he did too. He did.
Another hit with 2 strikes.
Carlos Santana coming to the plate now. Last time up, a rocket shot to the lower deck in right field. Got the Indians on the board. And of course, the solo homer by Brantley here in the 6th has tied the game. He's now hit in 7 straight. And the Indians looking to break this tie now with 1 out here in inning number 6. In this series, from the 6th inning on, the Indians are now 13 for 22 with 4 home runs. So
Yeah,
they've been getting the offense going a little bit later.
I know it, but you know what? As long as it gets going, and if it's up to the pitching. If they keep a team around and keep you in the ball game, they have been scoring late.
The 0-1. Nothing in 2. .75 pitches on the night now for Rick Porcello. He's got Santana down 0-2 and a little bit outside.
he learned his lesson. He didn't come back with that ball inside like he did.
No, he did not.
Brantley.
And I don't think he's going to see another fastball for a strike in this at bat after what he did his last time up.
The 1-2. Fouled back. He wanted that fastball off the plate. Might have caught a little bit of the outside edge.
It was up enough, though. I mean, that's about the letters, and it's tough to get on top of a fastball up there. A lot of times you see that pitch better. That's the best pitch you can see, but the most you do with it is follow it straight back like he did, because you can't get on top of it.
Absolutely right. It looks the best. It looks like it's about big rounds of basketball,
Yeah.
and you can't get your hands up there.
No, by the time you start swinging, you're saying, "Oh boy, here it is again."
I goofed up. That's right.
Please fall off and get into the seats.
Oh, he rings him up. Santana thought it was inside, but he's out looking for out number 2.
Well, there's a difference in the umpiring that 25, 30 years ago as to now.
He's got 5 called strikes, and I mean that's inside. He got a few batters in there on that pitch. Little comebacker. See that ball have a little sink to it on the inside? He's got 5 called out of his 7, and 7's a season high.
But as I was saying, the difference, umpires, the older umpires, the umpires of back in the dark ages when we played, if a catcher moved like that,
you wouldn't get the call.
You wouldn't get the call. I mean, if the catcher moved, he wouldn't get the call.
Orlando Cabrera delivers a base hit in the left field, and now the go-ahead run into scoring position for Jack Hanahan.
Well, that one he left up in the zone, and Orlando jumped on it. That's what happened. You get it up, he gets another base hit. So they've got 3 hits in the inning. And they've got a guy in scoring position now with 2 outs. Chu will run. He'll get a good jump. Well, Hanahan, he got the rally started last night in the 9th inning with a base hit.
Indians have now out-hit the Tigers 7-6. This will be pitch number 80 coming up for Rick Porcello. All in the dirt and a good block. Down too low, 2 balls, no strikes. So Hanahan works himself into a good hitter's count now.
Well, you go ahead and you take a peek who's on deck, but that guy on deck has done a little damage to him tonight. He's 2 for 2.
Hanahan trying to extend his hitting streak to 10 in a row. Ball 3. Alex White with 6 innings in his major league debut, allowing just the 2 runs. Indians have come back to tie it, and now a chance to take the lead. Hanahan taking all the way. It's 3-1.
Indians in this series 9 for 17, hitting with 2 outs. And Hanahan's been very good at it this year, driving in runs with 2 outs. That got him going early in the season, if you remember.
Yep.
He had a couple of key base hits early this year with 2 outs to get him rolling, and there would be none better than right now.
Porcello, 3-1 pitch. High, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Chu goes to third, Cabrera into second. Hanahan trots down to first, and Matt Laporta, who singled into right field his first time up and then doubled down the left field line his last time up, will be the batter. But in the meantime, pitching coach Rick Knapp is going to pay a visit to the mound for Detroit. Well, while we have a second, let's take a look at our Miller Taste Greatness moment. Carlos Santana had a game-winning grand slam in the Indians' last at bat last night. The previous walk-off grand slam belonged to Jim Thome back in 2002. There have been some incredible last at bat wins in this ballpark. And to think that there have been 7 grand slams to win a game for the Indians in their last at bat here in the 16 years of this park is pretty amazing. Matt Laporta looks at a ball down low.
On this homestand, go ahead. They want to show them to you. The slams. There you go. I remember Omar's.
Bill Selby's might be the most unlikely of all those because he did it off Mariano Rivera, if you remember that. Swing and a miss. And it's 1-1. And Selby's slam, he had fouled the previous pitch off deep down the right field line.
Just missed a double.
That. I remember
and
that.
And then came back and hit the slam.
Well, the Indians on this homestand, with the bases loaded, 4 for 5. Pretty good numbers. They've got them loaded here.
Porcello back to the windup with 2 down. And the 1-1 to Laporta. Hit in the air, deep center field. Jackson a long run, but he's going to get there and run it down. So Laporta gave it a ride, but he comes up empty, and the Indians leave him loaded. We're tied at 2 after 6. paninisgrill.com to find a location near you. We're tied at 2, and we're going to the 7th inning here at Progressive Field. And it's time now for the call to the bullpen, brought to you by Verizon 4G LTE. Rule the air on the most advanced 4G network in the world. Right-hander Joe Smith comes on for the Indians in relief of Alex White.
Smitty pitched an inning in last night's game, gave up a hit, and had a strikeout. Coming on, he'll go 9-1-2 in the Detroit Tigers lineup. So I like it. Alex White, nice job, huh? First major league start, a couple of home runs, but other than that, it was pretty good.
He did a job. I mean, he kept his club in the game, and,
sure
and gave him a good start. That's how you get starts like that every time. You're going to be in good shape.
Very encouraging.
60 out of his 109 pitches were strikes, 10 ground ball outs. Man, you know what? When he did get runners on base, he really was able to get him out of trouble. Inge is thrown out for out number 1 here in the 7th.
You know, he showed signs of a very good slider. He had a fastball up about 94, sometimes 95. There's your sinker. That two-seamer, I think, is his bread and butter. But pretty good outing. You know, you get Cabrera that hit a home run, and then Rayburn did it. They hit him in the same inning. But they're solo shots, so no big deal. No harm.
Austin Jackson, a couple of walks and a single here tonight. One and one to even the count.
Oh, it got him.
It hit him out of the box.
I'll tell you what, it was close.
The umpires look at each other, but no, they're just calling it straight foul.
Home plate umpires got the look.
Here comes Maniac out to argue.
Well, he wants to ask him about it. We know it hit him. We'll just see on the replay if he was still in the box. Yes, he was. Yep. There it was. Front foot was in the box. Hard to tell.
That's breaking it down frame by frame right there. He's fast.
That's true. Yeah, you know, when we do, you're right. When you show it in slow motion, people say, "Oh, how can't you see it?" Well, you don't realize, man, right. This is it's in slow motion. These guys, those men in blue out there, they don't get a look at slow motion until they look at the replay after they go in.
They really do a good job. You know,
yes,
they really do a good job.
I mean, you can sit there, we can talk about them, but they do a good job is right.
And Austin Jackson out looking, 2 down here in the 7th. All right, the answer to our AT&T trivia question tonight.
I'm going to say El Tiante.
Yes, indeed. You cheated. I know you. Somebody gave you the
answer. I heard him talking to the truck.
We don't have a truck here. We have a studio.
I heard him talking to the studio then, right after they got out of the truck.
Oh, boy.
How about he did it at Yankee Stadium?
That's
pretty
the place
impressive.
to do it
Major
at.
league debut.
Well, I didn't know that. I knew it was El Tiante.
You carried that off pretty good, though.
Thank you.
He beat Whitey Ford, by the way, in that game. He gave up 4 hits, struck out 11.
Rick or El Tiante.
Yeah, right. Now, you see, that's what you got to watch out for, the guys with the phones that can get their information on them. Mine's just pure guess.
I've got that phone. I just don't know how to do it.
Swung on and missed. A big cut there by Will Rhymes, and the count is 1-2. Two down, bases empty. Joe Smith trying to work a 1-2-3 7th inning for the Tribe. And the pitch.
Nice.
Caught the outside corner, ring him up. We remain tied at 2. Time now for the Cleveland Clinic 7th inning. Everything Goodyear has learned making tires that go the distance inspires what they roll into yours. Rick Porcello will come out for the 7th inning. He gave up a solo homer to Carlos Santana in the 4th and a solo homer to Michael Brantley in the 6th. He was able to get out of a bases loaded jam with 2 outs in the 6th inning. Now Austin Kearns swinging a miss, 0 for 2 tonight. Porcello averaged 12 pitches an inning through the first 5 and more than doubled that to get through that 6th inning. Kearns bouncing ball to third. Inge throws him out.
Well, come on out to the ballpark, sit in the newest hot spot here at Progressive Field. That's the Time Warner Cable Bleachers. All tickets are just $10. And as a reminder, always buy your tickets in advance because you will get great savings.
And definitely an important reminder about buying the tickets in advance, because we understand there were some long lines out of the ticket windows before the game tonight.
I think there was about, 10,000 sold today?
Yeah, 10,000
walk
today.
up. But it didn't surprise me after last night's finish. But Curtis Danberg was telling us, you want to check in early, boy.
If you've got the computer, buy them online, print your tickets right out at home, and
why not?
Save a lot of hassle when you get here.
Yeah, you don't have to stand in line. You know, we understand that you may not, or you may want to walk up. It's going to be a nice weather, but like you say, get on the computer, get your tickets, man. Just
take advantage of the technology.
Buy a season ticket. You don't have to do that.
Oh, I like it.
There you go.
Now the 0-2 pitch in the dirt.
Well, today was their day where they had their last day where you could get season tickets, and you also get Terrace Club membership and a suite for a game like you have every game. Mm-hmm. Don't be afraid to invite Matt and I down there either. We're partners now.
I've got better taste than that.
I know you do, but you know we are partners. Let's go.
No, yesterday Matt introduced you as his normal partner, and I looked at him and said, "Does that make me abnormal?"
Yes, I was going to say you are.
Abby something.
We know you've got dinner catered in over there. Invite Matt and I down for a filet every now and then.
Come down and have all the filet of hot dogs you want.
2-2 up and in, full count. Marson's been called out on strikes in his first 2 at-bats tonight. Hoping for a better outcome this time around. Pitch number 95 of the night for Rick Porcello. Coming up right here. And the 3-2 hammer to third, but Inge able to field it, fire it, and that's out number 2.
I don't think we told you, but Monday, have your bags packed because we're leaving at 8. You're on the road trip with us.
Hey, listen, if I'm not there, I'll catch up.
Michael Brantley singled in the 3rd and homered in the 6th. He tied it up for the Tribe. His first home run of the year.
Boy, on an 0-2 pitch, too. A little slider that stayed right on the inside edge, and he hit a liner right down the line.
There's a strike called.
He goes down and in, and boom. He knew it. That was his first legitimate one. Remember in Minnesota, he hit a ball we thought was a 3-run homer. They signaled a home run. They went into the review, and they came out, and it did hit the top of the wall and came back into play. So
that's that one that hit the very edge of the
very top. Yes, it did.
That.
It came back. We would have had a tie game in that one, and it didn't. So it ended up we got beat 4-3 that game.
Way high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the 1-2. A little bit wide of the mark. Well, with Brantley hitting that home run now, tomorrow the calendar turns to May, and there are only 3 Indians players who haven't hit a home run this year. It's pretty amazing.
Well, they have done a terrific job in this ballpark as far as hitting the long ball.
Nice sliding stop by Rhymes, and he throws out Brantley, and the Indians go in order. We go to the 8th, tied at 2.
I like this 6 o'clock start. I don't know about you guys, but on Saturday night, tonight, they're trying the 6 o'clock start. I sort of like it. As Vinny Pastano will come on for the 12th time this year. He has done a terrific job for Matty Acta, 13 punch-outs in his 10 innings. Came in last night's ball game, won an inning, had a punch-out, and trying to keep this ball game tied at 2. Good ball game tonight.
Maglio Ordonez, a couple of ground outs and a pop-up. Vinny Pastano misses inside for ball 1.
The only thing I was worried about a 6 o'clock start was the fact how would it affect the hitter seeing the ball. But it obviously
it was a little overcast today. It wasn't bright and sunny.
Yeah.
You know, maybe later in the summer it might.
The 2-0 pitch.
I'll tell you,
the
starts that are tough is when we're out in California. We get these 4 o'clock starts on getaway days, and it's like, you know, that's the shadow. I mean, that's not even when they're taking batting practice on normal time, and that's not a good time to start out there.
Hitters have no chance.
Not for the first few innings.
2-1. Checked his swing, and he rolls it to Orlando Cabrera, who will have an easy play to throw him out. Ordonez 0 for 4. Let's head back to the studios once again for an in-game update with Al Pawlowski.
All right, man, let's go back to Chicago, where Baltimore has increased their lead with Robert Andino. Solo home run here in the 3rd inning, his first of the year. O's lead the White Sox 2-0 during the bottom of the 4th on Chicago's South Side. Back to you, man.
All right, thanks, Al. Here is Miguel Cabrera. The Indians have intentionally walked him twice, and the only time they pitched to him, he homered to the Tribe's bullpen in center field. Up high, 2 balls and no strikes. You talking about start times and how it affects the hitters. Mike, I'll never forget that. Was it 97? The ALCS against Baltimore, the game we had here. I think it was a 4 o'clock start.
96.
And
96.
Oral Hershiser and Mike Mussina. And we had the game 1. And in the twilight, Marquise Grissom, I think, lost a fly ball in center field. And it fell behind him. And we ended up playing, I don't know how many innings.
That might have been 97. That's right. I remember 96, the game we got beat on a 4 o'clock game, and there were like 15 or 16 strikeouts in the game. Charlie Nagy and somebody else.
Charlie,
pitched,
right?
Miguel Cabrera might call that the unintentional intentional walk.
Yeah. Well, the Indians are putting on their first ever music festival. It'll take place right in this ballpark on Saturday, June 11th. Brad Paisley, Blake Shelton, 7 other artists, along with Jared Neiman. So come on out. Save $10 on all seat locations. Just visit Indians.com and use the password Paisley. And this offer is only available through tomorrow.
In there for a strike. Pitch is inside. Both of our memories are right on. In 96, the game you're talking about, Mike, the Indians struck out 23 Orioles, set an all-time playoff record. 12 of them were by Charles Nagy in 6 innings of work. In 97, that game that I was talking about featured 33 strikeouts. Swing and a miss.
Fun to watch, wasn't it? 4 o'clock at that time of the year. 4 o'clock is you can't as a hitter you can't see.
Tough to hit what you can't see.
Runner at first with 1 out. Brennan Bosch 0 for 3 tonight. Vinny Pastano with a 1-2. Evens the count. There's a fly ball to left, and Kearns makes the grab. 2 down. So with 2 down, Ryan Rayburn will be the batter. No official word yet on the final attendance today, but we can tell you that there were over 11,000 tickets sold today.
Yeah, walk-ups, as they call them.
Third highest walk-up crowd in Progressive Field history, 8,052.
Beautiful. Well, it's amazing what 11 in a row will do for you at home, and you end a game on a grand slam walk-off the night before, and it's a weekend, and you got a rival in town. And you know what? Why not come out and enjoy some good baseball?
The 0-1 from Pistano, ripped right up the middle. And Ryan Rayburn has his 4th hit in the series. And the Tigers have 2 on with 2 out. And Johnny Peralta coming to the plate.
Well, that looked like a little two-seamer there that was coming back in, but got it up, and Rayburn smacks it right back up the middle. Rayburn's a good fastball hitter. He loves that heater.
Time called. Marston's going to go out and talk with Pistano. Peralta struck out in each of his first 2 at bats tonight, and then singled his last time up. At the knees. Oh man, that looked like a pretty good pitch and did not get the call. And he swings and misses. Looked like the same pitch, a little bit farther away that time, but Johnny couldn't help himself, and the count evens at 1-1. Castano's 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Good fastball from the right-hander. As you guys talked about last night, he got just enough the deception to go along with good velocity.
Well, you keep it out there. If Johnny wants to hit that ball, he's going to have to really stay back and force him to go the other way with it.
And a 1-2 pitch. In the air, center field. Brantley racing in, makes the catch. And the inning is over. Tigers strand a pair, middle of the 8th, tied at 2. Bottom of the 8th inning. Beautiful shot of Lake Erie. Rick Porcello went 7 innings tonight for the Tigers. And he only gave up 2 runs. But like Indian starter Alex White, it'll be a no decision. And now it's Al Albuquerque coming on for the Detroit Tigers. Dominican Republic native. Originally signed with the Chicago Cubs to start his professional career. Had some injury problems early. He's also been with the Colorado Rockies. He came to the Tigers last offseason. Swing and a miss by Asdrubal Cabrera, who is 0 for 2 tonight.
Well, all the runs in this game coming by the long ball. There have been 4 solo home runs hit, 2 by the Tigers, 2 by the Indians. And we've got another good ball game. It's going to be decided late.
Strike is called. It's 0-2. Cabrera was hit by a pitch back in the first inning. And Albuquerque delivers. Cabrera fouls it down the right side. Albuquerque, a guy who had Tommy John surgery. And in addition to that, he had a shoulder surgery as well. So he's been through a lot. In the dirt. 1-2 the count for Asdrubal Cabrera.
Get it.
Albuquerque with a 1-2 and a swing and a miss.
That's a pretty good curveball he's throwing right there.
1 down in the 8th. That's going to bring up Shin-Soo Choo. 1 for 3 on the night. Had a base hit his last time up. Albuquerque delivers, and it's a called strike. The 0-1. Swung on and missed, nothing in 2. Chu pops it up on the infield. Shortstop Johnny Peralta calling for it. And 2 down here in the 8th. Our in-game box score is brought to you by Hyundai. Join the movement. Michael Brantley's first home run of the year tied this game in the 6th inning. Carlos Santana has homered in 3 straight games for the Indians. And Matt Laporta having a good night offensively so far as well.
You know what you run into late in the ball game in games like this, you see guys that come out there and they want to be the hero and end the game instead of just doing what they've been doing the whole game. You know, stay short, get a base hit, get on, move them over, get them in. You know, especially young players, they want to hit the long ball and get it over with. So
it doesn't work out that way though when you try and hit it.
Most generally it doesn't. No.
The 0-1. Fouled out of play. seamstress has to go through a lot of stitching
Yeah,
to put that name on the back of the jersey.
From hip pocket to hip pocket, wouldn't it?
Got to carry every letter of the alphabet out there.
The 0-2 pitch all the way to the backstop. Hello. I don't think I've seen a name on the back of a jersey like that since fantasy camp. Greg Van Valkenburg.
That's right, the eye chart. Oh boy, that one's up a little bit.
Eye chart could shut him out.
Yeah, that's right. Eye chart could. Him or Gerald Saltalamacchia.
Now the 1-2 in the dirt. So he's been razor sharp first two batters, and they got ahead of Santana quickly, but the last two have been way off the mark.
Well, it looks like that he throws his fastball in the mid-90s, 95, 96, and I think that other one's a curveball, man. It's got some late bite to it.
This kid's had Tommy John and shoulder surgery and still gets it up there 96 mile an hour.
Yes, he does.
That's pretty impressive.
Two. Swung on and missed. Indians go 1-2-3. And we go to the ninth. Tied at 2. Tower. One of the ninth inning, and Chris Perez on for the Indians after Vinny Pistano worked the scoreless 8th inning.
Perez with the win yesterday after the big 9th inning. Came in the top half of the 9th.
He'll face Alex Avila, Brandon Inge, and Austin Jackson for Detroit. Avila swing and a miss. In addition to that base hit, Avila flied out to left in the 2nd inning and hit into an inning-ending double play in the 6th. That was the last pitch of the night thrown by Alex White. It's 0-2. Two-strike pitch. Fouled out of play. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. Chris Perez comes out shooting here in the 9th inning. Gets the punch out of Avila.
Got that one. He went up top and let that ball run away from him. A good high fastball after he went inside with 2 strikes.
Now Brandon Inge 0 for 3, 1 for 7 in the series. Right back. Chris Perez. The 0-1 to Inge. Wicked off-speed pitch, but it hung a tad bit high, maybe. 1-1. Inge with Jackson to follow here in the 9th for Detroit. In the air, foul and out of play. And this series will wrap up tomorrow with a traditional 105 start. Justin Masterson will try to run his record to 6-0 for the Tribe tomorrow at 1. And left-hander Phil Koch will go for the Tigers. We'll have it for you on WKYC. 1-2 pitch and just missed.
Well,
Man,
sitting
I
off
don't
that.
know,
Well,
huh?
you're sitting outside a little bit. Tell you what, if you get those pitches, it'll be a long night for hitters.
In the air routine for Shin-Soo Choo. 2 down. After the ball game, we'll have the Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care post-game show. Back at the highlights and break it all down for you. Conrad's, home of the lowest everyday tire price guarantee. See if the Indians can win in walk-off fashion for the 2nd night in a row. Jackson beats it into the ground foul. Oh, 0-2. Jackson walked his first time up, or excuse me, singled his first time up, walked his next 2 trips to the plate, called out on strikes in the 7th inning. And now the 0-2, a little bit outside. One thing about these crowds, especially the last 2 nights, they may not be sellouts, but they're vocal.
Yeah, they're
as twice the number of people that are here.
Well, this is the 2nd great game in a row. I mean, you can't ask for a better game for a Cleveland fan last night with the walk-off win. And tonight's been a great ball game. Well pitched. There's been 4 home runs hit in the game. That's all the scoring.
Meanwhile, Chris Perez has fired strikes. 13 pitches, 10 of them strikes. The 1-2. Swung out and missed. Hayes struck him out. The Tigers go 1-2-3. Perez strikes out a pair. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Tied at 2. Aggressive field. And a crowd of better than 26,000 hoping to be treated to a second consecutive night with a walk-off win for the Tribe. Orlando Cabrera, Jack Hanahan, Matt Laporta due up here in the home half of the ninth inning. Al Albuquerque, who worked a 1-2-3 eighth inning with a couple of strikeouts, stays on for the Tigers. Orlando Cabrera 1 for 3. He had a base hit in the sixth inning. In the dirt, ball one. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors, 8 men left for the Tigers. 2 runs, 7 hits, no errors, 5 men left for the Indians.
But this guy's delivery, he looks like he could get wild. You know, he looks like he would have command issues. If we could be patient enough, get some base runners, we could get something going.
Well, you can see that fastball, 96, and it seems like that curveball that he's throwing is about 84, 85. But, I mean, that fastball's got some good movement to it as well. Look at that. I mean, that's
going to go fair. On the chalk, and he throws him out. Unbelievable.
That's
smart.
Smart
Hit
play.
off the end of the bat and spun in from foul ground back onto the line.
That's a smart play as the catcher. He runs out and picks it up, knowing that it may come back. Upsetting if you're a hitter. But watch this thing. He picks it up right on the chalk. That's right on the line. As you see a little white powder there to picks it up. A smart play by Avila.
Here is Jack Hanahan taking a strike. Chased it in the dirt, and it's 0-2. Albuquerque, you mentioned, missed all of 05 when he had Tommy John surgery. He missed all of 08 when he had shoulder surgery. Came back and pitched very well in 09 with the Cubs and the Rockies organizations. But it looks like the Tigers will be the beneficiary of this guy finally getting healthy.
Yeah, and how hard did he throw before surgery?
9,000.
Well, they're going over the lineups, looking at everything right now. All the matchups and numbers that they have set for them.
Albuquerque sets in the 0-2 pitch. Hanahan able to hold up. A ball and 2 strikes.
No siree.
Albuquerque has made 20 pitches. 15 have been strikes. And he rings him up, 2 down here in the bottom of the ninth. That's the 3rd strikeout for Albuquerque.
Boy, he gets that pitch over. That's nasty.
He's tough.
I mean, watch the late break on this curveball. I mean, he throws it same arm speed as that fastball. And boy, it just drops into the zone. About 10 miles an hour difference, 10 to 11 from that heater. That's sharp bite.
I wish I hadn't said he might have command issues. He certainly hadn't so far.
And that's what these guys are doing. They're saying, you know, they've never faced him before.
Well, Matt Laporta, 2 for 3, a single, a double. Flied out to center his last time up. And a slider in for a strike. Missed with that off-speed pitch. And the count is 1-1. Looked like he hung that slider a little bit, but Laporta taking. And the count is now a ball and 2 strikes.
And yet to see a fastball.
The 1-2. Swung out and missed. 4 strikeouts in 2 perfect innings of relief for Al Albuquerque. And we've got extra innings tonight. Lynx beef jerky. Feed your wild side. We go now to the 10th inning here at Progressive Field. And the 5th Indians pitcher to work tonight is left-hander Rafael Perez.
Rafa's yet to give up an earned run. He has 3 decisions, 2-1, making appearance number 11. He's coming on to face Rhymes. At least that's the schedule hitter. Rhymes, Ordonez, Cabrera, but it looks like we've got
Ramon
Santiago on deck. Yeah.
Now, Rafael Perez has been sharp for the Indians coming out of that bullpen. Santiago, a switch hitter. He is 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter. And you see there batting 200. He has appeared in 13 games, 6 hits and 30 at bats so far.
Look at that. I think they were crossed up already. Did you see Marson looking out there? He called that a strike, didn't he?
I don't think it was so much he was crossed up. His ball has so much movement on it. I think sometimes it just fools people.
Well, it looks like he's trying to catch a knuckleball. That ball had to have some movement on it.
I think Lou needs to deflate his glove a little bit.
Yeah, stick a pin in it.
Rip fouled on the left side. I still remember watching a spring training drill a couple of years ago, and Robbie Thompson was standing at home plate, and his job was just to catch the ball in the pitcher, and then they hit a little fungo back to the mound, and Rafael Perez threw a ball and hit Robbie in the knee. He never caught it. I mean, this is a guy playing in the big leagues, a great fielder, but he said that ball had so much movement on it, it was unbelievable. The 0-2. Little tapper. It'll be a tough play. And Hanahan gets a throw off, but Santiago able to beat it out. Tell you what, Jack Hanahan did everything he could.
Well, with 2 strikes, you're playing back, and you top a ball. There's nothing you can do. You see, he's all the way back. You're trying to cut down everything you can, take a double if it's down the line, away. And when you top a ball like that, there's absolutely nothing you can do as a defender.
And Santiago runs well. I mean, that's it was
one of those things where it's an infield hit.
Maglio Ordonez 0 for 4. 3 times he has grounded out. This is hit high in the air. Foul ground. Chu can't get there.
That's, I think, the 3rd time he swung at the first pitch tonight. It's the 4th time he swung it every time up at the first pitch.
The 0-1. Swinging again. It's 0-2.
Ordonez and I have seen 10 pitches. 8 of them have been strikes.
Swung on and missed. Rafael Perez strikes out Ordonez. 1 down here in the 10th.
There's the breaking ball. Came in a long way, and he gets Ordonez a swing over the top of it.
And we'll bring out Miguel Cabrera. Now, he homered back in the 4th inning. He was intentionally walked in the 1st and the 5th, and they walked him again in the 8th inning. Not intentionally, but Vinny Pistano really wasn't going to allow him to take him out of the yard. Down low, ball 1.
Well, the only strike this guy has seen tonight, he hit it out of the ballpark. Everything else has been out of the strike zone.
He can hit.
Yes, he can.
Rafael Perez, as you see there by the graphic, has had some good career success against Cabrera. Fouled off, 1-1.
Well, all hitters have holes. I mean, just the good, dangerous hitters, their holes are smaller, and if you miss just a little bit trying to get to that spot, they make you pay for it.
One on, one out here in the 10th, tied at 2. The 1-1 pitch to Cabrera is a little bit low. 2 balls and a strike. He looks to be visibly frustrated by the fact that they're not pitching to him, huh?
That's good. Either that or he was upset with himself, but I thought the same thing.
Two one. Got a piece of that right back off of Marson, and the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, that was a pitch, a good pitch to hit. He was trying to slice him to right field. That outfield very deep here in the no doubles defense, especially with this guy hitting.
Rafael Perez ready now. The 2-2. Little chopper.
Another
slowly
one.
hit. Hanahan. Bare hand grab. Throw. Got him. Oh, my. An outstanding play by Jack Hanahan.
Boy, was it ever. That, I'm telling you, that was a terrific play. I didn't think he was going to have a chance. And I know Cabrera doesn't run well down the line. But, again, he's playing way back. And he barehands it. Gets enough on this throw to just get Cabrera. Terrific play by Jack Hanahan. Very nicely done. He has been superb over there at third base.
Boy, oh boy, maybe the fact that he had a little practice play on the Santiago.
Well, yeah, a guy that could run a little better.
He was primed and ready to make that play. And man, did he ever. Now, though, the go-ahead run is in the scoring position for Detroit. First base is open. Brennan Bosch is a scheduled hitter. I don't believe they've.
No, I'm thinking they're just going over a scouting report. I think Tim Belcher wants to know, what he's going to go after, because you mentioned Bosch was hitting so well against left-handers.
Yeah.
He's hitting over 100 points higher
coming
against
in,
left-handers.
the difference. So,
and what you want to do in that situation, he's going. Belch went out there to talk to him, to settle him down, and say, look, you got 2 outs. This is how we want to pitch this guy, and let's go get him and not mess around, and really just to settle him in and help him to refocus, because he's as excited about that play that Jack made as anybody else.
Well, that's true. That was a good play.
Bosch 0 for 4 tonight. Breaks his bat. Big bouncer to second. Orlando Cabrera throws him out. And Rafael Perez works around the leadoff single. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Still tied at 2. And now Ramon Santiago, who pinch hit for Will Rhymes, will stay in the ballgame and take over at second base. Unfortunately, Al Albuquerque is still in there. He's been pretty good coming out of that Tigers bullpen. 6 up, 6 down. He has struck out 4.
Yeah, he's 19 strikes out of his 25 pitches. He has been lights out with that fastball. I think it's a curveball.
Well, it looks like he might have 2. I mean, it looks like he's got a big breaking ball, but then a little tighter slider at times. There is Austin Kearns 0 for 3. Kearns struck out on the 3rd, grounded out to third base in each of his last 2 at bats. One ball, 1 strike. Indians have won 4 straight coming in. Tigers had lost 4 in a row. Indians have won their last 11 straight at home. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Tribes win last night. Gave them a new franchise record for the most wins in the month of April with 17. Albuquerque with the 1-2. And Kearns couldn't help himself. Strikes out. That's 5 Ks for the Tigers right-hander. That'll bring up Lou Marson 0 for 3 with a couple of punch outs. And a fastball at 97 miles an hour. He's made 30 pitches, 23 strikes.
Yeah, they got to get this guy out of the game. Is that pitch limit up yet?
Down low with it.
Would be for me.
Here's the 1-1. And a good off-speed pitch. Gets him ahead in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That's what makes him so tough. I mean, he's got that 97-mile fastball. And he's got those breaking balls he's throwing for strikes. That's been the big pitch for him, those breaking balls, because you got to set on that fastball or you're not going to get to it.
And he'll start you off with that breaking ball to get ahead of you, too.
Down low. 2-2 the count. I'm assuming that he hasn't had this kind of command in his previous outings, because in his first 5 appearances in 5 1/3 innings, he'd allowed 4 hits and walked 4. Although he did strike out 10.
Well, I can certainly see how he can strike guys out. He has good stuff. And if he's throwing strikes like he is tonight, I mean, he's peppering the strike zone.
Marson awaiting the 2-2. Up high, full count.
And he's kind of settled into a pattern. He gets ahead of you in the count, and then all of a sudden he just feeds you a steady diet of breaking balls. I wouldn't be surprised to see a breaking ball here, 3-2.
Michael Brantley waiting on deck. Bottom of the 10th inning, tied at 2. Marson strikes out. 6 strikeouts for Al Albuquerque. He has faced 8 hitters.
Well, he's just overmatching him, and that was a ball out of the zone. But you're right, Mike came back with the curveball. And 3-2, you're looking for the 97.
Al Albuquerque with 6 strikeouts in 2 2/3 innings. Obviously very impressive. He got a long way to go, though, to match the Tigers' record for strikeouts by a reliever in a game. Denny McLain holds that mark. He punched out 14 in a game out of the bullpen in 1965. 1, 2, 3 go the Indians, and we go to the 11th. We move now to the 11th inning here at Progressive Field. Deadlocked at 2. Ryan Rayburn, Johnny Peralta, Alex Avila due up for Detroit. Rafael Perez gave up a leadoff single in the 10th and then retired the next 3 Tigers to get out of the inning. Crowd of over 26,000 here tonight. Fireworks coming up after the ball game. But not before we settle this match. Ryan Rayburn, 2 for 4. He homered in the 4th. Both he and Miguel Cabrera hit solo homers in that inning. And that's been all the scoring for the Tigers tonight. The Indians' 2 runs also coming via solo home runs. Tribe got a solo homer in the bottom of the 4th from Carlos Santana, and then in the bottom of the 6th from Michael Brantley. A called strike. Chad Durbin loosening for the Tribe. One pitch. Left-hander Daniel Schlereth starting to loosen now for Detroit. He worked in last night's game. Alex White starting tonight for the Tribe. His major league debut, went 6 innings, allowing just those 2 solo homers. Struck out 4. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Joe Smith followed Alex Smith. Or excuse me, Joe Smith followed Alex White, as you see White there with the cap on.
Pistano, he won an inning in this game.
And then Pistano followed Smith, and then Perez followed Pistano.
I saw Mitch Talbot in that dugout. He was out throwing a bullpen today.
2-2 pitch. Fouled away. Rafael Perez takes his time. And now the 2-2. Up and away, full count. Rafael Perez, probably the most deliberate of the Indians pitchers coming out of that bullpen. And a payoff pitch. Fouled off his foot. He's beating himself up in there.
Yeah, that's why he's got that shin guard, that protection.
Yeah.
I'm sure he does that a lot. A little slider coming down, and it hit right off of it, too. That's why it's there. Still can't feel good even when it hits it.
No. This will be the 8th pitch of this at bat. And the payoff pitch right back to the screen. Man, he had a healthy cut.
Yeah, this is one you get away with here. Hanging breaking ball. He just fouled it straight back.
How many times have I heard you say hanging sliders go a long way?
Yeah, they do.
The 3-2 once again from Rafi Perez. Pop back out of play.
Rayburn having a really good at bat, making him work.
It's been a 10-pitch at bat. I mean, yes, you're right. It's been
he's fouled a lot of them off. So right now, Marson wants to go out and talk to him. He's tried everything. He just can't. He won't put it in play.
5 foul balls during this 10-pitch battle.
94 more and he's out.
Again, the 3-2. He finally got him. Nicely done by Rafael Perez. I don't know about you guys, but it always seems like the longer an at-bat goes, the harder it is for a pitcher to put a guy away.
Yeah, I think the advantage goes to that hitter, absolutely. But that one, he got himself out. He swung at a ball out of the zone. Down. That could have been ball 4, and you can see he's upset with himself there. He realizes it. You know, after it really was a good at-bat by Rayburn.
Now Johnny Peralta 1 for 4 on the night. Peralta, of course, played behind Rafael Perez here for the Indians. Knows him well. Check swing down low. At the belt, a called strike to even the count. Johnny, of course, set the Indians' franchise single-season record as a shortstop with those 24 home runs in 2005. Swing and a miss. And the count is 1-2. It was Woody Held, right? Isn't that who he passed to take that record?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
As a shortstop, yeah.
The late, great Woody Held. And now the 1-2. Got a bat on that ball and then golfed it over top of the Indians' dugout into the crowd. "26 pitches so far for Rafael Perez, and 20 have been strikes." The 1-2 fouled away. You know, you've heard general managers say, and I'm sure, Mike, you've probably made the comment as well from the managerial post, that bullpens are so hard to predict year to year. And you look at Rafael Perez last year, especially early in the season, he struggled mightily.
First 2 months. He sure did.
He turned his season around last year, and now he's come out of the gate this year locked in. 1-2. Peralta hammers it in the left field. Oh, 1-out single. We'll bring up Alex Avila.
Well, bullpens are hard to predict, but that's why you see when teams get 2 or 3 guys out in the bullpen that are really good for them. I mean, they come out every year and do a good job. They tend to hang on to those guys maybe a little bit too long because you know what you're going to get from these guys, and you can plan around that. But a strong bullpen, especially in the American League, is so important.
Yeah, but if you're a manager and you've got your guys that you can count on, your go-to guys when you're winning, they're going to get their share of appearances about, 70 times a year?
Oh, yeah, 60 to 70 times a year. The good ones are going to be out.
Sometimes after a couple of years, that thing could wear out a little bit.
Avila hammers it fouled on the right side. Well, he jumped on that first pitch.
See Tommy Brookins down there at first base. One of the good guys in the game, isn't he?
Yes, he was. He came here, in the late 90s, was it?
Early 90s, 90 or 90.
Yeah, right.
90 or 91.
Right, I meant late 80s. Yeah, 90 or 91, right.
There's Tom Brookins,
Tigers' third baseman.
First base coach tonight for Jim Leyland's club.
Looks like Johnny Gorel.
Johnny. Johnny's still around. Where did we see him? Spring training. He was in for a while.
The 0-1 in the dirt, and Marson with a good job to stop that. 1 ball, 1 strike. Brandon Inge waits on deck. Jose Valverde, Tigers closer, starting to get loose. The left-hander Daniel Schlereth will be coming on if this game remains tied.
Well, good. They won't have to see Albuquerque.
Here's the 1-1. Broken bat bouncer Santana goes to second. They get 1. The return throw is in time. An inning-ending double play. Rafael Perez with 2 scoreless innings of relief. And we go to the bottom of the 11th. Still deadlocked at 2. The bottom of the 11th inning here at Progressive Field. And after 3 perfect innings of relief, Al Albuquerque is out of the game. He struck out 6 in those 3 innings. And Daniel Schlereth, left-hander, coming on for the Tigers.
Well, they're probably excited to see somebody else out of that Tigers bullpen.
Schlereth worked 2/3 of a scoreless inning in last night's game.
Well, he coming on. You got Cabrera, you push to the right side. You got Chu, Santana to the right side. Let's look at the numbers from Asdrubal. He's a 300 hitter from the right side of the plate. But there hasn't been a whole lot of offense in this game, really. As far as, putting anything together, all the scoring coming on the home runs. Each team has a pair of solo home runs. And it's been some pretty good pitching for the rest of that. And Jim Leyland says, watch, he may bunt. That means just come on in and play even with the bag. But I don't think I've seen Cabrera bunt from the right side of the plate.
Daniel Schlereth will face Asdrubal Cabrera here to start the bottom of the 11th inning. Cabrera 0 for 3, hit by a pitch way back in the first. And a first pitch breaking ball for a strike. Schlereth's dad, Mark Schlereth, you may have seen on ESPN, an analyst for the NFL now, but in his playing days, a 3-time Super Bowl champion. And Daniel was a pretty good high school football player himself as a quarterback, but His dad actually leaned him towards baseball because of all the surgeries he had to go through as a football player.
Probably a smart move. Well, and the kid made it to the big leagues.
Nice play at third by Brandon Inge. And he'll retire Cabrera, 1 away. That'll bring up Shin-Soo Choo, 1 for 4. You played a lot of football growing up, didn't you, Mike?
I did. Played into college. Played college football.
Did you always know baseball, though, was your bread and butter?
No. You know, I tell you the truth. We didn't have high school baseball back in Texas and Perryton, where I grew up, and went out for the college team with the assistance of my dad. I didn't know I'd be good enough to play. I'm glad I did.
You think? It's worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
Want to know the count here for Shin-Soo Choo. And a breaking ball for a strike. It's amazing stories that you hear like that, and you hear stories of guys who were outfielders, but a scout happened to be at a game and saw a guy throw a ball from the outfield and said, that guy might be a pretty good pitcher. And boom, the next thing you know, they wind up in the big leagues.
Yeah, those are true stories. They really are. All these small. I have a good buddy back home, a guy by the name of Jim Page. That he grew up in a town that you could have figured the population of the whole town on the pitcher's mound. And a scout was driving by one evening while he was out playing and saw him throw from the outfield and thought, God, this guy's got a great arm. He did have a good arm. The Dodgers ended up drafting him.
2-1 to Choo. Inside, 3 balls and a strike.
Dad wouldn't let him sign, so he went to a junior college out in Oklahoma to play basketball. Great basketball. He was a great athlete. Played basketball and ended up wrecking his knee. This is before,
never ended up signing.
Never ended up signing.
One out here in the bottom of the 11th, and a 3-1 pitch coming up to Choo. Hit to first, backhanded by Cabrera, and a flip. Schlereth beats Choo to the bag, 2 down.
Well, Cabrera going to his backhand side. You see he was on the line, so no doubles get by him, but he flips it over to Schlereth, and out number 2.
Here is Carlos Santana, 1 for 4 on the night. He homered in the 4th. He has struck out in his other 3 at-bats. And a first pitch breaking ball for a strike. He almost went after it. And the count evens at 1-1. Carlos with a game-winning grand slam in the bottom of the 9th last night. Could he be the hero 2 nights in a row? 2-1. Schlereth's 2-1. Up high, 3 balls and a strike.
Seems like he's being a little more careful here with Santana at the plate. Maybe showing that fastball a little bit and trying to get him to swing at that breaking ball down.
Santana awaits the 3-1. And he got a good pitch, but he fouled it straight back.
He sure did. He got the fastball, 3-1 like he was looking for. He got one last night. This one was right there. Foul it straight back.
Good, healthy cut.
Don't know if you'll see that one again.
Bryant Villarreal loosening now for the Tigers. Schlereth ready with a payoff pitch to Santana. And it's high, ball 4.
Didn't feel like he wanted to throw him that fastball again.
No, I didn't. Not after that swing. I didn't think he'd get it.
Orlando Cabrera 1 for 4 on the night. He singled in the 6th. Lob to first. Way outside, ball 1.
You're kind of stuck here as a manager. If you allow Santana to run steal the base, then you open the base, and you got Hanahan backing up Cabrera. Yeah. The only good thing about that is Hanahan's been hitting left-handers, but he's hitting right-handers.
That's true.
You do have Shelley Duncan on the bench, and Adam Everett could go in to play third. Something else to consider, I guess. There's a liner up the middle. It's through. Santana's going to hit second. He'll burn for third, and he'll get in there standing. Indians at the corners with 2 down here in the 11th.
That woke the crowd up. He smoked that ball.
Sure did.
I mean, he hit that ball right on the nose, getting it under the glove of Santiago into center field. I mean, a really nice swing. Santana's able to go all the way to third. Get out of the way, baby. And now Hanahan will get his chance.
Here comes Rick Knapp, the pitching coach.
Well, they're going to go over their scouting report and talk, because Hanahan, as we mentioned, has been swinging the bat very well against left-handers. We told you earlier in the game, he's been very successful this year with 2 outs. Hanahan on the year, 9 for 17 against left-handed pitching.
It comes down to, would you rather have Hanahan facing a left-hander or Shelley Duncan facing a right-hander? They got Villarreal up and ready in the bullpen. Right. If they make the move, bring a right-hander in, right-hand pinch hitter, they're going to go to the right-hander out of the bullpen. Right.
Well, pick your boys. This guy, he deserves a chance to get in there and swing it. Heads up if you're Santana on third base. Watch him bouncing that breaking ball. He has bounced a couple.
Hanahan with a big bouncer, wide of first foul.
Well, and they're playing behind Cabrera. That's why he took off to take second base. Cabrera all the way back. They're not even holding the runner on.
Well, they won't make a play on him. They won't make a throw on him. They don't care if he seals him out. They're concerned about that guy at third base, so they're not going to.
Yeah, they're going to let him go ahead and take second. They're playing back, trying to knock everything down and get this final out.
The set by Schlereth in the 0-1 to Hanahan. And it's in there for a strike. 0-2 the count. And now Avila will go out to talk with Schlereth. Now that the runner Cabrera is at second base.
You got that big hole there between second base and second where Santiago's playing. It's a
second and third, 2 down, bottom of the 11th. Alex White, who made his major league debut tonight, watching from the top step of the dugout. And now time called by Avila. And the 2-strike pitch. Struck him out. We go to the 12th. Still tied at 2.
Game tied at 2. New pitcher for the Indians, Tony Sipp. Fifth reliever for the Indians tonight. Sipp appearing for the 13th time. And in his 11 innings of work, he has struck out 8. He has walked 6. He's coming on to face Inge Jackson Santiago.
And he is the 6th Indians pitcher to work in this game tonight.
I'm trying to think. It's been a while since I've seen Tony out there. Let's check and see. A couple days ago.
These two bullpens tonight, Rick, have combined for 9 scoreless 4-hit innings. They've walked 2, struck out 11. Sipp to Brandon Inge, and a first pitch strike. Inge, a couple of ground outs. He's flied to right, and he has struck out tonight. And it's quickly 0-2. Two-strike pitch. Swung on and miss. It's in the dirt. Marson lobs to first. And Santana does a nice job to come down on the bag. 1 away. Makes him go out of the zone.
Chase after that slider after he got ahead of him with 2 strikes.
Austin Jackson singled and walked in his first 3 trips to the plate. He has struck out his last 2. Time's up. Right back to the screen.
25 punch-outs in this game between the two teams. The Indians have punched out 11 Tigers. And what do they got? 14? 7 and 6, 13, 14 strikeouts for Tigers pitching.
Mm-hmm. Just above the belt for a called strike, and it's 0-2. Ramon Santiago waits on deck. Sipp with the 0-2 pitch to Austin Jackson. And down low. So far tonight, Joe Smith, Vinny Pistano, Chris Perez, Rafael Perez have all pitched scoreless innings of relief out of the bullpen. Swung on and missed. Tony Sipp strikes out the first 2 here in the 12th.
Well, when you're throwing that good slider down, you follow it up and you change the eye level, and that's how you get Austin Jackson out. He has that little hole up there with a high fastball, and he spots it up there and he swings through it. So back-to-back strikeouts for Tony Sipp.
Ramon Santiago. Just a little bit outside. Santiago hit a little dribbler up the third baseline when he pinch hit in the 10th inning. That led to an infield single. Smashed up the middle, and it's through. So a 2-out base runner for Detroit. And that will bring Maglio Ordonez to the dish. Ordonez, who missed the last 2 months of the season last year with a right ankle fracture, has gone off to an extremely slow start this year. It's a bullet to short as Dribble Cabrera goes to second for the inning-ending force. This Indians bullpen has combined for 6 scoreless innings of relief. Inning number 12, and it will be the bottom third of the Indians order due up here. Matt Laporta, Austin Kearns, and Lou Marson. And Detroit goes back to their bullpen. Right-hander Brian Villarreal coming on now.
Well, it's going to be a quick turnaround for some of these guys in the bullpens because a day game tomorrow, 1 o'clock. And I'll tell you, the pitching has been very good tonight.
I don't think that's not on both managers' minds. You know,
yeah.
It's a real fine line that you tread, you know, trying to keep everybody fresh and then go ahead and use them to win ball games. And you know, you find that if you play for tomorrow, you end up going tomorrow and wishing you'd played for today.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. That's, you know, you've got to win the game in front of you and then take what you can get the next day.
Well, that's true. You win this game because you never know. It may rain tomorrow. That's the way you look at it. And then the Indians are off Monday. The Tigers are playing Monday back home. Got a 4-game series at home against the Yankees.
Brian Villarreal has spent not a ton of time in the minors when you look at how many games he's logged. He's made a pretty quick jump to the big leagues. Last year, he only pitched in 24 games. He had a right rib cage muscle strain. And he's also had an oblique strain in the past. He had shoulder surgery back in 2007. Breaking ball swung on and missed. 1-2 the count. But last year, he logged some serious numbers when you talk about strikeouts. 1-2 the count, and it's bang foul. Of course, Mike, you know, this is one of those things too where he's always been a starter in the minor leagues.
Did that get the lens?
And now they're using Villarreal out of the bullpen.
That did. Look at it. Got the lens.
Yep.
Oh, man. Bad timing.
That's how the world looks to me most of the time.
Boy, that's an expensive foul ball right there.
Couldn't get out of the way quick enough.
My goodness.
Swung on and missed. Another strikeout. One down here in the 12th. Villarreal combined for 136 strikeouts between A-ball and Double-A last year. He led all Tigers minor leaguers in that category.
There you go. Boom, right in. Got the lens. Holy smokes.
Here's Austin Kearns, 0 for 4. He has struck out twice. He has grounded to third twice.
Well, he's got that kind of delivery that looks like he has a lot of deception to it. It's a real quick arm.
Little
He kind of
guy.
jumps
You
at
don't
you.
see many right-handers. He looks small on the mound.
You don't see too many small right-handers in the game anyway.
I know.
There's a rule of thumb
He does
that everybody
not look too big.
Rule of thumb everybody goes by, for the most part, is that small right-handers are susceptible to injury.
They list him at 6 feet.
Say he has 6 feet.
Yeah, that could be being kind.
Yeah.
1-2 the count on Kearns.
Well, he's got a nice arm.
Down low.
You watch Matt Laporta's last 2 at bats. He struck out both times, and he's on his heels again and starting early, trying to get the bat out.
That foundation out there, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Kearns strikes out again. That's 3 straight Indians hitters who have struck out. 2 down here in the 12th. And that's going to bring up Lou Marson, 0 for 4, and he's punched out 3 times. The K's are starting to pile up on both sides here tonight. Good off-speed pitch.
A nasty little slider. Starts it right at the hitter and breaks it back over the plate.
Away with the heater. But he can rush it up there pretty well.
Well, this is a Tigers bullpen on paper. They have the highest ERA in the league, the Tigers bullpen. But I'll tell you what, you certainly couldn't tell by the way they have done it tonight. They've got some guys coming out throwing gas.
Well, the big thing they've done, they've thrown strikes.
Yeah.
I bet you if you go back over how they accumulated that high ERA, I bet there was ball 1, ball 2, and to hitters and pitching behind. This guy looks like he's 94, 95, but it looks like his fastball is pretty straight.
The 1-2 in the dirt.
If he's not getting that slider over, big league hitters can get to a straight 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah. The only hitter that hasn't struck out for the Indians tonight is Orlando Cabrera, now that I'm looking at it.
Now the 2-2. Struck him out. Brian Villarreal punches out the side. And we go on to the 13th, still tied at 2. At 2 for Detroit, Miguel Cabrera, Brennan Bosch, Ryan Rayburn. And Tony Sipp, who worked a scoreless 12th inning, back out here for the 13th. And looking at the Indians bullpen, they have gone through almost everyone. Left in the Tribe bullpen, you've got Chad Durbin and Justin Germano. But this bullpen has been stellar to this point.
Well, there's a lot of work to do. You look at it, this is the one guy that can hurt you. He hasn't seen very many strikes tonight.
Rafael Perez retired him in the 10th inning on a ground ball. And that turned out to be a terrific play by Jack Hanahan. A little dribbler up the third base line. Now the 1-0.
Little scream right there to get out of the way.
Been there, done that, haven't you?
Yeah, he thought it might have been hitting him. He let a little.
You start yelling before it hits you. Yeah. This is gonna hurt. Time called.
I had Nolan Ryan throw a ball right at my chest one night, and I went down screaming like my sister. I thought I was dead.
Well, you don't have much time to get out of the way.
No.
The 2-0 is in the inside corner for a strike. Two and one to count. Tony Sipp. And it's roped down into the left field corner for a fair ball. Cabrera will turn. He'll get into second base with a leadoff double here in the 13th inning.
Looked like it was a breaking ball. Exactly what it was. And he sit there in the middle of the plate, and he does damage. Boy, you leave anything on the plate to this guy, and he's going to make you pay. One way or another, you can see it hooks down into the left field corner. So the Tigers with a leadoff double here in the 13th.
Now, Brennan Bosch, before he steps in, he goes over and talks to third base coach Gene Lamont. Bosch, of course, a left-handed hitter, so he can simply pull a ball on the ground and get Miguel Cabrera over to third. Or he can bunt him over. A lot of times, Mike, you leave this up to the hitter, whatever he's more comfortable doing.
Well, it depends on the hitter. I mean, if it's one of your guys in the middle of the order, that
not like
that's not
that.
what he had in mind.
No.
Carlos Santana's got it.
Well, obviously, they should have had him bunt, but you know, it depends on the hitter. If he's one of your RBI guys, no, you don't ask him to bunt. You know, their job is to drive the run in. It's a veteran hitter that puts the ball in play, that can handle a bat. Then yeah, you let him do what's comfortable. A young kid, you give him the bunt and say get the ball down, get the man over.
Well, the Tigers just 1 for 16 now with runners on base.
Yeah.
So they have had their troubles.
Ryan Rayburn scored the last run for Detroit when he homered in the 4th. He also had a single in the 8th, and he has struck out twice tonight. Miguel Cabrera, the go-ahead run for Detroit at second base with one out here in the 13th. Tony Sipp with a 1-0, and it's up high. Now the set on the 2-0 from Tony Sipp.
Cowardly lion.
In for a strike there. 2-1 pitch. Hit in the air. Deep to center. Back goes Brantley, running out of room, makes the grab. Boy, he ran a long way to get to that baseball. And Cabrera goes back to second base.
I got to tell you, when that ball was hit, you hear the crowd, like when he first hit it, you could hear the Tiger fans.
Yeah.
And then when that ball came down in the glove of Michael Brantley, then all the Indians fans joined in. I'll tell you, it was close. He hit it hard. That's a hanging breaking ball. He got away with it. But they were happy when he hit it. Now watch Brantley go back. He gets right onto the track, puts it away for out number 2, and then the Indians fans, a loud roar.
So 2 down now for Johnny Peralta, who has 2 hits in 5 trips tonight. He singled in his last at bat. He checks on a ball that's a little bit low. And he went too far, says first base ump Tim Welke. Johnny can't believe it. He turns away.
You know, Johnny's not a guy with much emotion. Never shares a whole lot. He didn't think he went, and I agree with him. I don't think he went there either.
I agree.
You know, and that's a big difference. That first pitch, it puts you in the hole 0-1.
If you saw the stats, the difference in batting average from a 1-0 count to a 1-1 count, it's dramatic.
Yes, it is. That's why those pitching coaches say, "Give me strike one."
Exactly.
The 0-1 pitch. Peralta sends a drive to center field, but Michael Brantley has it measured. And Tony Sitt with 2 scoreless innings of relief under his belt. We go to the bottom of the 13th. Still tied at 2. The Indians, and hopefully that will shake things up for the Tribe, because the last 4 hitters have all struck out for the Indians. And Brian Villarreal whipped aside in the bottom of the 12th.
Well, the Indians only have 1 hit since the 6th inning.
We're hot.
Yeah, that was Cabrera back in the 11th. You know, and in that 6th inning, they did have 3 hits, but they have been few and far between.
Brian Villarreal will face Michael Brantley. Brantley is the reason this game is tied. His solo homer in the 6th inning, his first home run of the year, knotted the game up at 2 apiece, and we've been deadlocked ever since. And a first pitch strike. Now the 0-1. As you guys pointed out, Villarreal not very big at 6 feet and 170 pounds, but John Matlack, who knows a thing or two about pitching, is the Tigers minor league pitching coordinator, and he says of Villarreal, quote, he has a certain swagger on the mound, and he seems bigger on the mound. He looks like somebody you have to reckon with. Brantley says reckon with this. A base hit to start the bottom of the 13th. That's one way to break up that string of strikeouts.
Well, it's another breaking ball inside. That's a pitch he hit the home run on earlier in the game. He hit it on the slider in, and they continue to throw him in there, and he hits it hard again.
Brantley with 3 stolen bases on the year. There's Dribble Cabrera.
Well, here's
0 for 4 tonight.
Now, what do? You give it up. You play small ball because they'll probably walk Chu intentionally if they bunt him over.
You know, I think you play small ball and just take your chances.
Villarreal, long hold, and then time is called just as he stepped off the rubber.
Yeah, as a hitter, too, you don't want him to sit up there and take that much time because you can end up getting caught on your heels there if you are swinging away. So if he's bunting, you don't mind as much.
Brandon Inge in on the grass at third looking for a bunt.
You got a feeling, man, he's not going to bunt.
He throws it away. Brantley gets up. He'll go to second on the throwing error by Villarreal.
He just bunted right there.
He did.
I'll tell you, the quick turn move of that pitcher, and then it looked like he threw sidearm, and it was wild. Cabrera, no chance to catch that ball, so they do the job for the Indians on getting him into second base. Now you're bunting him to third. The 20th error for the Tigers on the year, and that's not even close to Cabrera. There's nothing he could do. Brantley gets up, scampers to second. There's your winning run right there.
Now let's see if the Indians execute better than the Tigers did.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Time to execute. Well, you've got an excellent bunter at the plate. As a matter of fact, this game one time this year, squeeze play, Boston 1-0. It was Cabrera's squeeze bunt. There you go.
Bunt. There's nobody at third. Avila looked there, but there was nobody there, so he throws to first. The sacrifice is completed by Asdrubal Cabrera.
That's a big mental error by Inge.
He broke in thinking that ball because he thought it was going farther than what it was, maybe.
Yeah. Now they're going to walk the bases loaded, probably.
Well, I would think they're going to walk Chu, yeah. And so you're probably right. Well, there goes Chu, intentional walk.
So you're going to have Cabrera as a hitter. That's a veteran hitter that's been in that situation before.
Well, he's the only guy that hasn't struck out tonight for the Indians as well.
Oh, I wish you hadn't said that.
I'm saying it way before. You'll forget about it by the time he comes to the plate.
Either that or I'm going to strangle you.
Well, they're going to get their chances. You said execute. They did. They got their guy over to third base. A throwing error by Villarreal was the big difference so far.
Boy, he just completely airmailed that throw over to Cabrera. And that really set it up for the Tribe now. As the intentional walk is completed, Chu heads to first.
Might as well go ahead and just throw 4 more.
Jim Leland said, I've seen this movie before. I'm not going to pitch to Santana again, huh?
Yeah, and he didn't like the movie, so he's not paying to see it again.
Yeah, that's right.
That movie he didn't like. He walked out on that movie.
They will intentionally walk Carlos Santana and load the bases with 1 out.
Well, it is amazing. I gave you some staggering numbers earlier with bases loaded for the Indians on the homestand. They're 4 for 6 now in that situation, and the winning run is just going to be 90 feet away.
So ball 3 sails wide to Carlos Santana. And it's up to Orlando Cabrera right here with the bases loaded and 1 out in the bottom of the 13th. And Rick Knapp, pitching coach, going to go out.
It looked like he was telling him to go from the stretch, which you got to do with the bases loaded here. But it's going to be a
well, last night in a similar situation with one out and the bases loaded in the bottom of the ninth inning, 3-1 pitch and Carlos Santana.
Yeah, well, that you hit the nail on the head. 3-1 pitch. He had to throw a strike there. Had to come in. You know you were getting a fastball. He kept his swing short enough and did the damage.
Well, Mike, that's the one thing that kind of fouls up this strategy for a manager. When you walk the bases loaded, if your pitcher falls behind, he runs out of room.
Well, you're rolling the dice. I mean, either way, you're rolling the dice, and it all comes down to the pitcher. Pitcher's got to throw strikes.
Right. You're going with percentages, and you got to force at any base, and the game's going to be over anyway. So you take away their two best hitters, and you hope your pitcher can get an out.
And one of the big decisions you had, whether you play we talked about it last night, whether you play the middle infielders back and double play depth, or you bring them in for the out at the plate. They're playing them halfway, so they're kind of getting to go both ways.
Now the set and the pitch. Cabrera with a drive, deep center field. It's over Jackson's head, and the Indians win again.
He's got to touch first base. There he goes.
It's their 12th straight win at home. And for the second night in a row, they win in walk-off fashion as Orlando Cabrera gets mobbed at first.
Well, he's the guy you wanted at the plate.
That's right.
That's the guy I would like to have at the plate. I've seen him too many times in those situations put the ball in play.
I told you he hasn't struck out yet all night.
I love you now.
Well, I'll tell you what, another big win. That was a well-pitched game, not a lot of offense, but the error set up that whole inning on the pickoff play at first.
Well, the difference in you look how the Indians have played this year so far, and they haven't beaten themselves.
Right.
They come out and they play airless ball tonight. They played very well. They took the outs they were supposed to get. Offensively, we struggled, but they kept themselves in the game mentally and physically, and didn't beat themselves. And the Tigers got in the jam and made an error and beat themselves. That's plain and simple. The Tigers had the chance to do the same thing the Indians did last inning.
Right.
Well, time now for our play of the game, brought to you by Key Bank. Thanks for making Key Bank the #1 bank in Northeastern Ohio.
And Cabrera knows, man. He's trying to elevate a ball. He got a high breaking ball. He just tried to get it to the outfield grass. He does that, and that's the game. Second straight night, they win in walk-off fashion, and boy, oh boy, does it get any better than this.
This Indians team, you talk about persevering and battling through some tough spots. All the strikeouts, file them and forget them. The Indians walk off with another win, 3-2 the final. We're coming right back with the Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care post-game show.